Wipe down to see myself deep into another spectrum. Vibrations of the transformation, yeah. My ever-loving intervention, energy rising in unique progression. Watching me glow, feeling the flow. Positive energy continues to grow. Y'all already know, others rushing too fast. Better to take it real slow. They call me mellow yellow. You know it, but I'm done. Game over. I'm on my new path. I'm in my solitude now. Behind me, there's no turning back now. Too late. You wanna play these games with Lord be the same. Nothing special to relate. That's why I'm gone away. What a damn shame that I could ever this man. Effortless escape. drowning out the noise. Baby, baby, always staying locked in. No, there's no time in wasting. Well, it comes to dealing with boys. What's the point of all that? Reason when all you talk about is playing, beginning, middle, and end. Messages was always unread, but you still sucking on multiplayer when your tip keeps sleeping. You dead. Get right with my mind. There isn't really any time. You ain't deserving any of this. When all those games ain't worth a dime. Hopefully soon you will find out. When all your stats starts to fall down, you know it, but I ain't done. Game over. Start. I gave you space, gave you grace, gave you all of me. You hit repeat on the same old apologies. I'm too awake for the games you play on me. No more tokens for a love that's on pause, yeah. You know it, but I ain't done. Game over, no redo. Controller, down on through. You know it, I chose me. No more levels, none. This heart's not DLC. There's no restarting. Figure it out. You say you was in that play. You said. But did you get in, baby? But did you get in? No. Things about to get crazy. All that missed opportunity, but you bought all the ANC. That stock is about to get hot. Yeah. I know it has been too long. I've been all around too much. How to get back all my money and get all of my gains. Giving me all that more ass, more self. Thinking about them green markets when I could have gone in on that play. Get right with your mind. Get back everything that you lost. Got some silver, got some Tesla. Boy, it's about to explode. Give me all of the GME, cause I know that they will all work out. We finally see it all fall down. It's us versus the market. Only here you can find it in the lion's den. Lion's den, baby. Lion's den, baby. This is my financial lion's den, baby. is dead, baby. Jungle City, baby, little bit is that really what you say? For real, you say. But did you really do it? Did you really get it? About to drive me crazy. You really know how to treat a lady. What was the point of all that risk? When bought me that ring, all that ring, he knew what I know it's been too long. I've been all around too much. How to get back all my time and get rid of all this pain. Get right with your mind. Get back everything that you lost. You ain't deserving any of this. You ain't getting all this action. All the shit you was talking, all the mess that you was making, all the times that you was flaking. But your face was always breaking. Your character you did was faking. Never believed what you were saying. I'll be on now. You can go on now.
and families, a variety of bases feeling. Then the dialogues still running on away. But here's still waiting those disciples for the show. To the sake of fleeting questioning.
dropped it in cereal. No, that.
There was a sound can. Non clickar ora.
street level.
There was a second can. I'm freaked out now.
I'm getting street level.
There was a second can. I'm freaked out now.
They're getting rid of dollars. The world is now pulling the rug out from under the U.S. The dollar's going to collapse. The dollar's going to be replaced by gold. Central banks are buying gold to back up their currencies. They're getting rid of dollars. They're getting rid of treasuries. We are headed for an economic crisis, again, that will make the 2008 financial crisis look like a Sunday school picnic. The biggest difference between the crisis that we're about to have and the one we had back then is this one is all in America. It's not going to be exported to the rest of the world. It's not a global financial crisis. It's an American financial crisis. And this that we're about to have and the one we had back then is this one is all in America. It's not going to be exported to the rest of the world. It's not a global financial crisis. It's an American financial crisis.
Voz audaz en selva vasta, con pisada que resuena, pelos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died.
business. That's enough of that. But how good is Lee Greenwood? He was with us right from the beginning. First time I walked onto the stage, I heard that song. I liked it. I said, let's use it. That was 10 years ago, and he's been with us all the way. Fantastic guy. There's never been a man that made so much money from one song ever, and I'm happy about it. But I'm delighted to be back in the beautiful Mellon Auditorium, a wonderful family. Tim Mellon is a great guy. He's the current version of the Mellons, a fantastic person. To celebrate a thrilling new milestone for America, the first generation of Trump account children. Trump account children. For the first time ever, we're going to give every newborn American child a financial stake in the future, head start at life, and a fair shot at the American dream, something people don't talk about so much, at least not for the last 4 years they haven't been, but now they're talking about it big. This last period of time, it's been unbelievable. You see what's going on with our economy, the tremendous investments that's been made in our country. We have over $18 trillion coming in. The most, I think, was 3. That was 10 years ago, another country, not even our country. We have $18 trillion, and we have thousands of businesses being built all over the country, and hundreds of massive plants, so big, car plants, AI plants. With the support of the men and women here in this beautiful room, over the next 15 years, we're going to put $3 to $4 trillion of wealth into the hands of young Americans who otherwise would have really started out with nothing. It's really an amazing thing because it gives young children that start out with really nothing, and it gives them, boy, it's more money than anybody could imagine. From their standpoint, they'll have a real start in life, and that's why decades from now, I believe the Trump accounts will be remembered as one of the most transformative policy innovations of all time. And I've done a lot of them. The tax cuts, we've done a lot of them, more than I think anybody. And I think this is going to be one of the most outstanding. Last summer, I signed the great, big, beautiful bill delivering. It made this possible, too. It actually made this possible. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Delivering the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And, you know, we did another thing. When you buy a car now, you get a deduction on the interest payment if you borrow money. So think of it. Rich people get so many deductions. I'm the king of deductions. I love deductions. But people, middle-income people, never had a deduction before. Now they're getting a deduction on interest. They buy a car. That's going to have a huge impact on the automobile. By the way, there's one proviso. It has to be made in America. If the car is made in another country, no thank you. But they're all going to be made in America pretty soon because we have factories coming in from Canada, Mexico, Japan, Germany, all over Europe. They're all coming here to make their cars because they don't want to pay tariffs. Very simple. It wasn't very complicated. You'll see those numbers starting to produce. That's why you see these massive construction numbers, and soon when those things start opening, you're going to see employment, and you're going to see wealth creation for middle-income people like you've never seen before. Every single Democrat in Congress voted to raise taxes on hardworking citizens. Their whole campaign was raise taxes. I've never heard of it before. All my life I grew up, and I hear politicians, we will cut taxes. This is the only group I've ever seen, we're going to raise your taxes. No wonder they lost. Actually, there were other reasons also. But together with the majorities in the House and Senate, we overcame their obstruction, and we put more money into the pockets of every working American than anyone thought even imaginable. Perhaps no provision of the great, big, beautiful bill will prove more consequential than Trump accounts. Under this program, the U.S. government will automatically create a tax-free investment account for every newborn American child, something that nobody really would have even thought of. There were some brilliant people that thought of it for a long time. They're here with us today. We're going to introduce a couple of them. But nobody really, I mean, I've had friends that the top people in business, they came up to me, whose idea was this? This is great. They said, I never thought of that. We'll fund those personal accounts with a seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives and could grow into very, very substantial numbers. Parents, employers, churches, states, and loved ones will also be able to add up to $5,000 in additional money for those accounts. And with every modest contribution, Trump accounts should reach at least $50,000 in value by the time the child turns 18, and could be very substantially more than that. With slightly greater contributions, the typical account will grow to $100,000, $200,000, and can even grow up to past $300,000 per child. And we think the most likely case is in the $200,000, $300,000 range. The size and scale of this wealth will dwarf all government programs ever created to benefit America's youth. There's never been anything like this. That's why everybody's talking about it. Even really people that truly hate me are making this investment. One person hates my guts. He put $1 billion into it. I said, you must like this program a lot because you can't stand me. I said, I do, but I do like you more than you think. They liked me more in the last year than they liked me before. Although we had a great first term, we can't forget that. We're the greatest economy in the history of our country, but this is blowing it away. So every president, thank you. Every president in modern history has left our children with nothing but debt. But under this administration, we're going to leave every child with real assets and a shot at financial freedom. We'll ensure that Americans don't just end their lives with a nest egg, but instead all Americans will begin their lives with a beautiful nest egg. There's never been anything quite like this. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to a very special couple who believed so strongly in this vision right from the beginning that they personally donated $6.25 billion. That's $6,250,000,000. Even the 250 is a lot of money when you think. I mean, you know, Nikki, do you hear that money? That's big even compared to rapping, all the money she makes. She's hearing a number like that. She'll say, how many songs do I have to make to catch that? But amazing, amazing thing, $6,250,000,000 to fund Trump accounts for an additional 25 million children aged 10 and under. And that's Michael and Susan Dell, two incredible people. Where are you, Michael? Where's Michael? Stand up, Michael. What a great guy. What a great guy. You know, I tell you, he didn't do it for his business. He did it, I guess, probably would have been better off not to. That's a lot. But you know what? I hope everybody goes out and buys Dell computers. My son, I told you, Barron, he loves that computer. I don't know what the hell you're doing to it, but he likes it. But I just want to thank you very much, and Susan. It's unbelievable, really unbelievable what you've done. So Michael and Susan made this donation in recognition of America's 250th anniversary because there's no better way to honor America's history than to invest in America's future. That's what they did. And this is perhaps the largest, one of the largest certainly, but perhaps the largest private donations of all time. That's a lot, $6,250,000,000. And somebody did say that, a friend of mine, very rich, he's going to put up $100 million. And he said, geez, you know, think of it, the 250 that Michael has is a lot more than mine. And I haven't even talked about the $6 billion. But anyway, it's amazing when Michael can start off with very little money and build a fortune where he can, you know, routinely make such a payment and investment in the youth of our country. Michael, you're great. Thank you, man. Thank you. And I also want to say hello to and thank some very special people that have been with my administration and really become friends of mine. On occasion, I have little arguments, but generally, I would say really good. And who's doing, and start off with a man who's doing a phenomenal job, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much, Scott. And he loved this right from the beginning, Scott, right? He saw this and he said, wow, what a great idea that is. This is, hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they reach 18, but we can go 21. They can keep it in longer. But he saw this right from the beginning. He said, wow, this is great. And we have some other ideas that will be great, but this was one that just hit everybody. This was an easy one to think about. And again, that bill allowed us to do this. Otherwise, can you imagine trying to get this approved by Democrats and Republicans? Let's get together. We got it done. Also, a man who's made your life much easier, because those of you that are building plants and equipment so you can give your money, ultimately you're giving your money away anyway, no matter how much you make. But he's made it a lot easier. Approvals for big plants used to take 20 years, 25 years, and then you'd get rejected, actually. You'd go 20 years environmentally and they'd reject you. You finally, if I think of it, a guy starts young, he starts an approval process. By the time he's middle-aged, they take a vote and he loses. It's not worth it. But we have a man that's getting these things done in a matter of weeks. And the biggest plants in the world are being built right now, and he's getting them done fast. He's getting electric plants built so that we can buy them. They're paying for them. They want to pay for them. So they can open up their AI plants, and they can open up their automobile plants, and lesser so. The automobiles, believe it or not, take much less electricity. You're going to have to tell me why you need so much electricity to create information. I said, what's your primary product? Information. Oh, I see. Information. It better be damn good information for the kind of money. But Lee Zeldin is a star, and he has been incredible. Thank you, Lee. And, I have to say this. Scott and I were talking about it. So Lee went out to California after the fire, which would have never happened if they would have let the water flow from the Pacific Northwest, which everybody's been telling them, including me. Now I just opened it up. We literally sent in the military to open it up. But if they would have let, you wouldn't have had the fires, because you would have had a little thing called the old-fashioned way, water in the fire hydrants, as opposed to empty fire hydrants. You would have had water, and most of the houses had the sprinklers on top. No, there was no water in their sprinkler in their living room. All those fires wouldn't have started. But they did start, and I will say that Lee, the most difficult permit was Lee. I went there a couple of days after the fire, met so many people on the streets who were, in many cases, fairly wealthy people, some very rich people. Some of the best houses in California burned down. And I said to them, so what do you want to do? They said, sir, we want to start immediately. Well, we'll get you permits. Now, the hardest permit, Lee, was the federal permit. Is that right? He got everything done in 20 days, right? The whole thing? Is that a correct statement or less? 20 days. So he got everything done, 100% ready to go. And I went for a meeting, and this mayor, who's a grossly incompetent person, she said, we're going to try and have the permits done within 2 years. Remember that? I got into an argument. I said, you mean within 2 days, right? She said, no. And I'm meeting all these people as I'm walking along the streets with the fire departments and the policemen, and they're all devastated. They're still smoldering. They weren't even allowed to go in their property. The Environmental Protection Agency local said, don't go on your property, okay? We said, it's okay, don't worry about it. Any problem is gone. Any problem is burned. Any germs are burned. They're burned. They were burned. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, but all so unnecessary that it happened. But we got it all done in 20 days, the whole place. And yet now, still, more than a year later, they don't have permits. Almost nobody is building. So I haven't told this to Lee Zeldin yet, but I'm going to put you in charge of getting permits. I think we're going to override the local authorities, because they're never going to have it. And when I was told that there's a provision where you can override the local authority to get things done, in case of, because it's really, to me, it's a national emergency. What they've done to these people is horrible. It's just horrible. And they'll still vote Democrat. Can you believe it? After all, it's just, they get used to it. Although I must say we converted many. We'll probably convert a lot more. But I just want them to get into their houses. And I don't want a big section of the area built into low-income housing. They want to put low-income housing right smack in the middle of it. And that's not the American dream, you know? You didn't do that. And low-income housing is great. I built a lot of low-income housing, but you don't put it there. This is one of the richest neighborhoods in the world, and we're going to let those people, and I recommend it strongly that everybody gets the approval, immediate approval to build a house, and you give them a 10% bonus so they can build a house 10% larger than they had before if they want, for all the suffering they've been caused. So they can build a little bit bigger house. So Lee, if you want, will you accept the job? Huh? He's under a lot of stress. Okay, all right? Override those people. Those people are incompetent. Between the mayor and the governor, they're incompetent. They'll never get approved. They'll never get approved. So do whatever you can, Lee. There's a provision that you're allowed to do it, and I'll sign it in 2 seconds, frankly. It'll never happen. I also want to introduce a man, Frank Pasigno. Now, if you met Frank, and if you knew Frank, he's quiet, but he's actually a stone-cold killer. He was one of the biggest people in business. He would have been sitting with you. In fact, now he's got a better seat because he's working for the government. He's the head of a lot of things, but the job he's done in this country is great, and he's working on Social Security and a thing called the IRS. He's working with Scott on both of them, really, but the IRS in particular, and he is a fantastic man. Where are you, Frank? Took the biggest pay cut in history. He went from being paid $35 million a year to being paid about $35 a year. I think you may have taken the biggest pay cut in history. He'd be close. He'd be one of the top 5, because a few people have done that. Few billionaires have sort of left. But Frank has gone from one of the most successful people. He worked with Jamie Dimon. I don't think Jamie likes me too much nowadays, but that's okay. I never minded that. But Frank, you are fantastic, and you're doing a great job. We appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you to the family. The director of National Economic Council, a man who's in the news a lot. You know, my only problem is I don't want to lose him. I will tell you that he's working from a big deficit because I don't want to lose him. He's so good. Kevin Hassett. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. A friend of mine, a senator who has been unbelievable. She's a tremendous woman, married to a great football player. Her husband is a massive man. This guy, he played in the NFL, I guess, for 11 years. He was top-of-the-line player. I met him. I said, that's not a normal situation. Look at this guy. This guy was seriously powerful, big, and he's as nice as he is big. And she is one of our best senators, Senator Katie Britt. Thank you, darling. From Alabama, I love Alabama. We love Alabama. Marsha Blackburn is an incredible person. Unfortunately, she's running for governor. She's running for governor of Tennessee. I'd love her not to. I begged her. I said, Marsha, we don't want to lose you in the Senate. But I have to say they're lucky. They're lucky to get you because you are a talent and a great person, and you've been with me all the way, and I appreciate it. And you're a very special person. Marsha, stand up, please. And a senator who's a friend of mine, you wouldn't believe that because we went through a rough campaign together. It was nasty. We got along so well, and we actually did joint rallies. Can you believe it? He wanted to get somebody action, so he's smart. He said, would you do a rally with me? But we did joint rallies, and the press used to say, will you ever, start fighting? I said, don't worry, it'll come. He said the same thing. Don't worry, it'll come. He's a very tough guy, very brilliant guy. In fact, when I said, because I had never gone into a debate before officially. My whole life was a debate, but I'd never debated before officially. And I said, let me find out about my competition. Who are these people? Because many of them, they were senators and mostly senators and governors. And I said, well, why don't we start with this guy named Ted Cruz? Let me, well, he was the best student at Harvard, #1 in his class. He was the best student at Princeton or something. And he was the national debate champion for 3 years. And I said, well, I don't like that. I didn't know that. I don't like that. And he was a very good debater, I will tell you that. He was a smart guy, But I'll never forget, because he was the first one I looked at. I've just joined the ranks of politics, and the first famous, that was the Rosie O'Donnell. Remember that? Only Rosie O'Donnell? Ireland, you can keep her. Ireland has done us tremendous. The head of Ireland said, "Are all your people this way? We don't want that." But Ted Cruz has one thing that I like. If I ever have problems, because it's hard to get people approved, he's a brilliant legal mind. He's a brilliant man. If I nominate him for the United States Supreme Court, I will get 100% of the vote. The Democrats will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out. And the Republicans will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out, too. Where's Ted? Where are you, Ted? And with all of that being said, he's a great guy, too. He's a great guy. We've become friends, and he's a very effective person, too. Thank you, Ted, very much. The man knows more about tax than anybody that I know. Jason Smith, Congressman, wonderful person. Thanks, Jason. Thank you, Jason. Great job. Idaho Governor Brad Little, terrific guy. Thank you, Brad. Georgia Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, who hopefully will be the governor of Georgia very shortly. They have a big race. He's leading by a lot in the polls. He was outstanding as a lieutenant governor. He's great everywhere, and I've endorsed him fully, so I don't want to, do anything that you don't know about. I have given him my complete and total endorsement. Burt Jones, where are you, Burt? Thank you, Burt. Great guy. Chief Design Officer of the United States, Joe Gebbia. Joe, thank you. Great idea, great ideas. Also, we have Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary. I like Kevin O'Leary. Where's Kevin O'Leary? Come on, Kevin, it's so nice. He's with me 90% of the time, but when he's with me, he's really with me. Great. And we got the TikTok deal done. Who the hell thought we could do that, right? I know. I wish he wanted to buy TikTok so much, and I would have done it, but his price was slightly lower. Slightly. He's fantastic. What a good, you're an entertainer, businessman, yet the whole quality, so I appreciate. I know what you do. Having done The Apprentice, I see you on television. You have what it takes, right? So I appreciate it, and thanks for all the nice things you do. And Cheryl Hines. Where's Cheryl? Wow. Married to a very, very powerful, important man. And I said, I'll tell you, Bobby, she's strong. I watched her in an interview. I said, Bobby, you keep him in line, don't you, huh? She said, yes, I do. She's got no choice. He's doing a great job, and so are you. Yeah, he's doing a great job. He's doing a very different kind of a job, too, and he's doing things that people have wanted to do for a long time. And they didn't have the courage, so say hello to Bobby, okay? We're also pleased, my daughter, she went crazy when she heard that this was happening. I want to go. She happens to be in the wrong state right now for that, but when she heard that there's a certain person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history, Nicki Minaj. Come on. And, and Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell. Not quite. Not as much. But that's okay. But Nicki makes a lot of money, and she's generously stepping up. She's investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump accounts to support the children and really the children of her incredible fans. That's great. Focus on that. Why should you give to somebody else's fans? Give to your fans. I like that. But, and I just think she's great. I've been hearing so much over the years, because I didn't know Nicki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter and a Trump fan, and she took a little heat on occasion. Her community isn't necessarily, I tell you, we did pretty damn well with that, with your community, as we say. But Nicki has been an unbelievable supporter. She gets almost as much as Mr. Wonderful over here. He's been another one that's been so good. But I'd like to ask you to come up, Nicki. Come on up. Come on. She's been such a great supporter, and a great supporter of Trump accounts. And I said, I'm going to let my nails grow, because I love those nails. I'm I'm going to let those nails grow. She's so good. She's been MAGA. What can I say? She's been with us all the way. Right, Alex? She's been with us all the way. And just want to thank her. And it wasn't so easy. For you, it was easier, right? You want to come up? You want to come up? Mr. Wonderful, come on up here. You've been terrific. Come on up.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, you know, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen.
Thank you.
On behalf of all the entrepreneurs in America, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because we create 72% of the jobs. Companies 5 to 500 employees, and all we care about is policy. We love policy, pro-business policy, and these accounts are fantastic for independence and support. I thank you very much. It's all about the entrepreneur, and I think you know that, sir.
Well, that was great. A little interlude. I don't know. That's better than getting Scott Bessent up. Thank you both very much. Two terrific people. When Trump accounts officially launch on July 4th of this year, every parent will be able to activate their accounts and access the funds at the trumpaccounts.gov. So it's all set up, all ready to go. It's beautiful. The site is beautiful. On that glorious day, we also expect to have commitments from generous private individuals in all 50 states, and they'll be making additional contributions for children in their own states. And already, legendary investor Ray Dalio has pledged to adopt the entire state of Connecticut. That's pretty good, Michael. And thank you very much, Ray. Great legend. And today, one of the original advocates of this program has agreed to adopt his home state of Indiana, Brad Gerstner. Brad's here someplace? Where's Brad? Come on. I think Michael and Brad, would you come up here, please? Come up here. I mean, this isn't exactly Mr. Wonderful and Nikki, but I think they might be worth more money than Mr. Wonderful, right? These guys are worth a lot of money. But Brad is donating, listen to this, $250 to Trump accounts for all children under 5 in Indiana. So every children, all the children under 5, $250, and he'll be donating tens of millions of dollars more in matching contributions to millions of children all across the country. He's going to make a massive donation already. We know what it is. Brad is not only one of the most successful business people, he's the founder of the Invest America Foundation. And he's been working on this idea for years. And he was the one, he went over to see Michael. Michael loved it. And those two were a hell of a team, along with Mrs. Dell, who's been so great, Susan. I also delighted to report that dozens of major employers have signed up to add the Trump account contributions to the employee benefit packages, including Uber, Schwab, Charter Communications, and many, many others. And just today it was announced that Intel, NVIDIA, Broadcom, IBM, Steak and Shake, Coinbase, Continental Resources, and Comcast have all signed up for really big contributions. So I want to thank them. I want to have you two guys come on up. Would you say a couple of words? Brad and Michael, would you say a couple of words? That's a fantastic. Only Indiana. You can't do bigger. We love Indiana, but you know, how about Indiana, Iowa? No, we appreciate it. Big numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, 4 years ago, we set off on a journey to reconnect every child in America with the American dream. This president ran on a Main Street agenda that too many people had been left out and left behind. And his articulation of no tax on tips, that doesn't help rich folks. That helps those left out and left behind. No tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And when Ted Cruz authored the Invest America Act in the Senate, and Michael Dell partnered with me to bring the private sector to bear on this, we had the opportunity that this president was willing to sign. He immediately understood the impact. That this wasn't about the wealthy folks in America. This was about the 50 million American families who will be lifted up and reconnected to the American dream, because this is now the law of the land. Forevermore, every child in America, from rural Missouri to rural Indiana, from Trenton to Compton, is going to start off life with an investment account at birth, seeded with $1,000, where they privately own NVIDIA and Microsoft, all the greatest companies in this country, right? Not dependent on government, independent from government. Not more socialism. The answer to more socialism is more capitalism. This makes every child in America a capitalist from birth, and it would not have happened without the leadership of our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, without the leadership of the Speaker and Ted Cruz in the Senate, but most importantly, and every business leader in America will tell you this, for too long they had no access in Washington to the White House. People didn't want to hear their ideas. This president is voracious in his desire to hear from America's leaders about how to make America better. This is citizen democracy at its best. An idea that started around a kitchen table in Silicon Valley makes its way to this day. I'm humbled and honored to be here, and I'm grateful for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you heard from Brad, the fact that this bill got passed itself was a miracle, and it creates a platform for communities, for families, for corporations, for philanthropists to add to these accounts. And in not too many years, essentially every child in America will have savings invested in the greatest companies in this country. And that will change the face of this country over the next 10, 20, 30 years. We couldn't be more excited about this and the opportunity to make a difference. The best investment a country can make is in its people, especially in its children. And this creates an incredible platform for that to occur at enormous scale. And we're excited to see it all come together. Thank you all so much.
Those are two fantastic people, I can tell you that. I want to give a very special thanks to some of the CEOs here this morning. Vlad Tenev of Robinhood, what a job he's done. Where's Vlad? What a job you've done. Young guy. Nice young guy, too. Arjun Sethi of Kraken. Arjun, thank you very much, wherever you are. Thank you. Anthony Noto of SoFi Technologies. SoFi. Thank you very much, Anthony. Right. These are the ones you read about, and Bill Ackman is here, Pershing Square, and Hock Tan of Broadcom, and so many others that if I name them, we'll be up here all day. But I just want to say that What a job you've all done. Incredible job. Everybody. Just about everybody in this room. Not everybody. I'm not in love with everybody, but a couple of them I don't like very much. But if they're here, I'm starting to like them a lot better because they're here for a very good reason. I'm officially calling on all employers all across America to follow the lead of many of these amazing companies and make matching Trump account contributions to benefit for the American worker, and they're going to benefit the American worker so much. This morning, I'm also pleased to announce that Visa is creating a brand new platform which will allow credit card holders to deposit their cashback rewards directly into Trump accounts. That's a big deal. Visa, thank you. Where's Visa? The head of Visa. Thank you very much, Visa. These initiatives could not come at a better moment because there's never been a better time to invest in the United States of America than right now. Who knew it would have happened this fast? I inherited a mess. We were a country that was laughed at a year and a half ago. We were laughed at. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Nobody even close. So, who knew this was going to take place this quickly? Right, Michael? I didn't think it was going to go that fast. I knew we were going to do it, but I thought it would take a couple of years at least. We just a couple of days longer than the first year, so it's really amazing. And just this morning, as I'm running out, I see the S&P 500 hit 7,000 for the first time ever. So I say America is back. America is back. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time record highs, adding $9 trillion in value. And $18 trillion of investment is pouring into the country. It's going to be higher than that. Just over 1 year ago, we were a country that lost its way. We were mocked and scorned, and every American child will now be and have access to something that is really incredible, and they can watch directly the economic boom that's taking place. This is a boom that's taking place, the likes of which we've really never seen. I don't think people, get it yet. Not a lot of people. They don't get it. They don't see the thousands of businesses being built, the hundreds and hundreds of massive factories that are going up all over. But they're going to start to see it. They're starting to see it. I mean, if they're modestly intelligent, if they're very intelligent, they saw it about a year ago. With us today is Craig Smith, a fourth-generation family farmer and volunteer firefighter from Culpeper, Virginia, along with his wonderful wife, Heather. Craig and Heather have an 18-month-old son and a 1-month-old that they also welcomed just recently, twin boys. And they can't wait to activate Trump accounts for all 3 of their children this July 4th. Craig and Heather, do you want to come up here, Craig and Heather? Where are you, Craig and Heather? Come on up, Craig and Heather, come on up. Come on up. It meant so much to them. People write letters. Every once in a while you get a letter, it just hits you. Craig and Heather, come on up. Thank you. That's great. Wow, look at this family, huh? They're a rich family now. The kids are richer than the parents. This is that's the way we want it. Thank you very much. Wow.
We just want to thank President Trump for all of his hard work and dedication to American families and farm families like ours. Farming is not always easy, and sometimes margins are tight, so investments like this into our children really help us to buy diapers and formula and not have to worry about making financial decisions for them this early on. So thank you very much, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So nice. Also joining us today is the Goins family from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Charlie works in manufacturing and is here with his wife, Savannah, his high school sweetheart. In 2022, Charlie and Savannah opened their home to foster care, really expecting to take in 1 child, but soon they were taking in a family of 3 siblings and formally adopting them. A short time later, Charlie and Savannah also welcomed a biological daughter. Trump accounts will give each of these children a much better start in life. And Charlie and Savannah, where are you? Are you down there? Do you want to come up? Come on up here, Charlie, real fast. We're holding up a lot of big business people. We can't hold them up. Michael will take back his donation. Say what? I want my money back. Come on up here. These are great families, but there's millions and millions of families that are going to be so amazed and so happy at what's taken place. Sort of a miracle, I think. Nice to see you. How are you? How are you? Oh, look at that. So nice. Hi. How are you?
Thank you, President Trump, for having my family and me here today. My wife and I have spent the better part of our adult lives working to advance children in our community, and it was our faith that first led us to open our home to foster care, and it was God's plan that allowed us, absolutely, and it was God's plan that allowed us to adopt 3 amazing children out of foster care, to welcome so many more, and of course, this past year, welcome our youngest daughter, Florence, into the world. It's through our experience that we've seen how opportunity, or the lack thereof, can really impact a child at the very beginning stages of their life before they even get a chance themselves. And that's why, my wife and I, along with some of the work that the First Lady is doing, we are working to help foster families, foster and adoptive families, and personally in our state with protections and support in our home state of Arkansas. Every child deserves hope, stability, and a strong chance at a future, a strong future. And for young families, especially like ours, that your first priorities are, of course, your diapers and your wipes and your car seats and all that stuff. And so starting and investing into a investment account is not necessarily on the top of the priority list. And we're so thankful to have this. And I think this sends a powerful message that this administration believes that financial opportunity can start early, that it is intentional, and that it can impact every single family. And my wife and I are so excited that this administration has placed families and children like ours at the forefront of economic policy. And we're so excited for the future of the children and for this country. Thank you.
That's a great job. I was wondering how much longer he could. Did you notice it? It's getting heavy. It's still 50 pounds or something, right? I said, how much longer is that? And finally, it broke loose. But you could see a loving father there, couldn't you, huh? The way he did that, right? Wasn't that a loving father? I watched that. He was grabbing. That's a great family. Thank you very much, both. Beautiful. So in conclusion, the ultimate success of the Trump accounts will be measured not just in the wealth created. It will be seen in young people buying houses that they could never have even dreamed of buying. It'll be seen in diplomas earned, companies founded, families formed, and more babies born. It'll really be seen in something where you're given a chance. You're given a chance at life, a very good chance. Above all, the Trump accounts will help bring the hope and prosperity to every community that every community wants to see. And it'll bring back the American dream. The American dream is so beautiful. I would mention it all the time when I'm running. Whenever I run, I talk about the American dream because that's what we want to create. Others don't talk about it. But we have the American dream back, I think now, maybe better than ever before. For generations, Washington politicians have done nothing to take from the hardworking people of our country. They take and take. They do nothing but take. They've made workers' lives harder, sent prices higher, pushed your dreams out of reach. And both parties, they didn't do the job that they were supposed to do. Some were fighting, and sometimes we fight against some of the great politicians we have here. They fight with me, most of them, and we fight to make things better. But we run into walls of other politicians that either don't want to do something or they almost feel like it's a destruction of our country. But now we're doing something much better than giving the next generation a handout. We're giving them ownership of America's future so that they can grow up, chart their own destiny, and make our nation greater and stronger and better than ever before. So I just want to thank all of the people that participated today, the great business leaders, the great celebrities, and all of the people that are in this room. You've done so much. And I just want to also give a little bit of a shout out to a lot of great politicians that are right now voting on some very important measures, plus the politicians in this room. They have really worked hard on this. This is something that it's amazing that it got done. If you knew the political process, it was very complex, very hard to get done, to get all of those votes together. But we did it, and it's going to be great for America. And Brad and Michael, thank you both very much. Special, special people. Thank you very much. And God bless everybody in the room, and God bless America. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
This girl not that when you step is crashing. Quiet down to see myself deep into another spectrum. Vibrations of a transformation. Yeah, my ever-loving intervention. Energy rising in unique progression. You're watching me glow, feeling the flow. Positive energy continues to grow. Y'all already know, others rushing too fast. Better take it real slow. They call me mellow yellow. You know it, but I'm done. Game over. I'm on my new path. I'm in my solitude now. Staying in my zone now. I left the past behind me. There's no turning back now. It's too late. You wanna play these games with Lord be the same. Nothing special to relate. It's going away. What a damn shame that I could ever feel this man. Effortless escape. Now I'm on my journey. You enjoy your time, peace. You enjoy your time, please. I'm a Too soon. Too soon. I can, yes I can. Drowning out the noise, baby, baby. Always staying locked in. No, there's no time in wasting. Well, it comes to dealing with boys. What's the point of all that? Reason when all you talk about is playing, beginning, middle and end. Your messages was always unread, but you still sucking on multiplayer when your team keeps sleeping, you dead. Get right with my mind. There isn't really any time. You ain't deserving any of this. When all those games ain't worth a dime. Hopefully soon you will find out. When all your stats starts to fall down. You know it, but I ain't done. Game over. Star Wars. I gave you space, gave you grace, gave you all of me. You hit repeat on the same old apologies. I'm too awake for the games you play on me. No more tokens for a love that's on pause, yeah. You know it, but I ain't done. Game over, no redo. Controller, down on through. You know it. I chose me. I chose me. No more levels, none. This heart's not DLC. There's no restarting. Figure it out. You say you was in that play. You said. But did you get in, baby? But did you get in? No. Things things about to get crazy. All that missed opportunity, but you bought all the ANC. That stock is about to get hot. Yeah. I know it has been too long. I've been all around too much. How to get back all my money and get all of my gains. Giving me all that more ass. More sale. Thinking about them green markets when I could have gone in on that play. Get right with your mind. Get back everything that you lost. Got some silver, got some Tesla. Oil's about to explode. Give me all of the GME, cause I know that they will all work out. We finally see it all fall down. It's us versus the market. Only you can find it in the lion's den. Lion's den, baby. Lion's den, baby. This is not financial. Lion's den, baby. We're just learning and observing. Lion's den, I'm the farmer. You bet I can. As such. But did you get in? True, baby, true. True, baby, true. True, baby, true. Lion's den, baby. Concrete jungle city, baby. Little bit is that really what you say? For real? Yeah, you say. But did you really do it? Did you really get it? You about to drive me crazy. You really know how to treat a lady. What was the point of all that risk? When bought me that ring, all that ring, he knew what I'm perfect lost. I know it's been too long. I've been all around too much. How to get back all my time and get rid of all this pain. Get right with your mind. Get back everything that you lost. You ain't deserving any of this. You ain't getting all the sunshine. All the shit you was talking, all the mess that you was making, all the times that you was waking. But your face was always breaking. Your character you did was faking. Never believed what you were saying. I'll be your now. You can go on now.
benefits, a variety of basis feeding. The unended dialogues still stunning not having, but he is still waiting to take those deciphers for the show. To this and completely questioning me.
sound can? No, I'm picking it up.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace last year and is coming into 2026 on a firm footing. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. Having lowered our policy rate by 75 basis points over the course of our previous 3 meetings, we see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward both our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government likely weighed on economic activity last quarter, but these effects should be reversed as the reopening boosts growth this quarter. In the labor market, indicators suggest that conditions may be stabilizing after a period of gradual softening. The unemployment rate was 4.4% in December and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. Total non-farm payrolls declined at an average pace of 22,000 per month over the last 3 months. Excluding government employment, private payrolls rose at an average pace of 29,000 per month. A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, show little change in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.9% over the 12 months ending in December, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing in the services sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from last year's peaks, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. Since last September, we have lowered our policy rate 75 basis points, or 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%, once the effects of tariff increases have passed through. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. I wanted to ask that, you attended the Supreme Court hearing last week on the Lisa Cook case, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent criticized that as political. Can you say why you attended and what you would say in response to the Secretary's criticism?
So let me start with, I don't respond to comments by other officials, whoever they may be. It's just not appropriate to do that. I will tell you why I attended. I would say that that case is perhaps the most important legal case in the Fed's 113-year history. And as I thought about it, I thought it might be hard to explain why I didn't attend. In addition, Paul Volcker went to a Supreme Court case famously in, I guess, 1985 or so. So it's precedented, and I thought it was an appropriate thing, and I did it.
Great. And then just quickly follow on the job market. You mentioned last month that the household survey might be distorted, and you also mentioned the potential for overcounting jobs, which would suggest that we're still in a negative hiring pace. So do you see the drop in the unemployment rate as solid? And what's the basis for saying that things have stabilized? Thank you.
So, yeah, really two questions. One is, so we're getting through the distortions in the data from the shutdown. However big they were in November, they're smaller in December. So we're getting to a place where they're no longer material. They're still there, but it's a tweak here and there. The reason why we changed the statement, let me pull it out, was simply, it used to say that judges that downside risks to employment rose in recent months. So we saw, data coming in which suggests some signs of stabilization. I wouldn't go too far with that, but some signs of stabilization. There are also some signs of continued cooling. And so we thought that was no longer an accurate description of the data. In addition, the outlook for economic activity has clearly improved since the last meeting, and that should matter for labor demand and for employment over time. So for those two reasons, we thought we would take that language out of the statement.
Nick Timros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've generally avoided engaging with political controversies directly, and the video statement on January 11th was a departure. What made this different, and are you concerned it could draw the institution further into political debates?
So today I'm simply going to refer you to the statement that I made on January 11. I'm not going to expand on it or repeat it. So I'm just not going to, this is really about the press conference and the economy and what we did today, and some ancillary areas, but I'm not going to be getting into that.
Can you say whether the Fed has responded to the subpoenas?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Mike.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio TV. Have you made a decision on whether you would remain as a governor of the Federal Reserve? And if so, would you tell us what it is? And if not, when might we anticipate a decision?
No, and I really, once again, have nothing for you on that today. That either.
Why would you want to leave it all under the circumstances?
Again, I don't want to get into this. It's not something I'm. There's a time and place for these questions, but not something I'm going to be getting into today. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for taking my questions. In another one that might, lead to a similar answer. We've seen quite big movements in the dollar over recent days. What do you think is driving the U.S. currency lower? And have you been at all concerned just by the extent of the volatility we've seen this week? Thank you.
So, Claire, as you probably know, we don't comment on the dollar. Really, the administration, especially the Treasury Department, has the job of oversight over the currency and exchange rates and all that. We don't comment on that. It's not our role. So I have nothing for you.
But, what's your view on the market movements? What do you think behind them? Is it asset managers diversifying? Is it?
Yeah, I just don't. We don't talk about the dollar. We don't talk about what moves it around. It's just not appropriate for us to do so. Really, the Treasury Department has that. It's their role, their bailiwick, and we stay off it. We do monetary policy and some other things, but we don't comment on the dollar. Sorry.
Neil.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Obviously, no SEP in this meeting, but in light of the slight firming up of the language around growth in the labor market in the statement, should we assume that the timeline for any further rate cuts is pushed back compared to what people might have thought in December?
Well, first of all, if you look at the incoming data since the last meeting, clear improvement in the outlook for growth. The data have come in, and sentiment, the Beige Book, everything comes in suggesting that this year starts off on a solid footing for growth. Inflation performed about as expected, and as I mentioned, some of the labor market data came in suggesting we're evidence of stabilization. So it's overall a stronger forecast, really, if that's your question. I'm not sure I answered your question.
But in terms of timing or pacing of any additional easing?
So we haven't made, what we'd say about this was that after this meeting, after the 3 recent rate cuts, we're well positioned to address the risks that we face on both sides of our dual mandate, and we'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data, the implications for and the outlook and the balance of risks. Haven't made any decisions about future meetings, but the economy is growing at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has been broadly stable, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. So we'll be looking to our goal variables and letting the data light the way for us.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC, and sticking with questions you might answer. Thank you. You had previously, I believe, described the current policy rate being at the higher end of neutral. And if you look at the longer run, the SEP and the longer run rate, 16 of 19 officials are actually below there on their long run. Is the Fed still in a process of bringing it down towards a middle range of neutral? And what would it take to get there?
So the count I did was that 4 of the 19 were at or above that. Maybe I missed by 1, but I thought it was 4. And if you look at the dealer survey, it was 10 out of 58 where we're at or above. So you're right. It's the higher end of the range. What we say is it's within the range of plausible estimates. This is the higher end of that range, but so for some people they think it's neutral. I think, and many of my colleagues think, it's hard to look at the incoming data and say that policy's significantly restrictive at this time. It may be sort of loosely neutral, or it may be somewhat restrictive. You know, it's in the eye of the beholder, and of course, no one knows with any precision. So, is that, you had a follow-up?
I get what you're saying, but some officials have described the Fed being in a mode of bringing it down eventually over time. Are you still in that mode, or is this a place to hang out?
Yeah, no, I would say if you look at the SEP from December, most people had additional normalization. But at the same time, we've done a lot of the process of normalizing. A good piece of it is done with 75 basis points, and before that, 100. It's 175 basis points we've cut since we began cutting in September of 2024. So you've moved now to, you know, Fed funds is running just a little below 3.65%. So you've moved a good way, and we think we're well positioned here to watch how the economy performs, look at the data. We're not making decisions about future meetings, but we do think we're well positioned after those 3 cuts to let the data speak to us.
Amira. Thank you, Chair Powell. Mara Mokwe from Bloomberg News. To what extent did the committee discuss the possibility of cutting at this meeting or in March? And how are you all thinking about the conditions that would merit another rate cut? Is there broad agreement on the committee about what it would take?
So there was broad support on the committee for holding today. Broad, I would say, including among non-voters. So that's where that was. Of course, some people did want to cut and dissented, but committee pretty broadly for holding today. We're not trying to articulate a test for when to next cut or whether to cut at the next meeting. What we're saying is we're well positioned as we make decisions meeting by meeting, looking at the incoming data, evolving outlook, and all that. And we're in a position where we still have some tension between employment and inflation, but it's less than it was. I think that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to inflation have probably both diminished a bit. So, we'll be looking at that. It's about how you weigh the risks to the 2 goals and how big those, and quantify them. And so there are different views on the committee, and, we'll find our way forward as the data evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and they're all highly uncertain. But most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs. And that's actually good news, because if it weren't from tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and that's a harder problem to solve. We do think tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you were to take that out, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2%, ex the effects of tariffs on goods. And the other good news is, if you look away from goods and look at services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new major tariff increases that are begun. And that's what we expect to see over the course of this year. If we see that, that would be something that tells us that we can loosen policy. Also, if we see something that suggests that the labor market is not stabilizing, that in fact the downside risks reemerge, or the data just get worse, we'd have to look at both of those. We have a two-sided mandate.
If I could, if President Trump does pick a new Fed chairman before May, what does that look like? How would you work with that person, and what does that transition period look like?
I don't have anything for you on that. That will depend on Congress's actions and things I can't speculate on.
Howard.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you for taking our questions. Given the changes in the statement and all you've said so far, is it fair to describe risks to both sides of the Band-Aid as roughly balanced right now? And is the next move necessarily down?
I'd say that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to employment have diminished, but they still exist. So there's still some tension between the mandates. Are they fully in balance? Hard to say. And we think our policy's in a good place. I've just discussed reasons why we might change our policy, and we'll just have to see how the data lead us.
I'm wondering, you a minute ago you said you felt expectations were consistent with your mandate, that the 2 and the 10-year break-evens have moved quite notably in the last couple of weeks, I believe. Is there any concern on that front?
I mean, I recently looked at all of the both survey and market-based short-term inflation expectations have come way down. They were in a good place at the beginning of last year. They spiked around Liberation Day, and now they've fully retraced in the last few months. So that's very comforting. And the longer-term inflation expectations have remained in places that are very consistent with 2% inflation over time. So expectations have been solid, and they reflect confidence in the return to 2% inflation.
Andrew. Apologies if this is a little bit repetitive, but in the past you've said that the reason you cut rates was that the risk to the labor market was greater than the risk to the inflation side. Is that still true?
We haven't made. You're right. We saw the labor market weakening, and we acted. And I think that was the appropriate thing to do. We will always act to address what we see as the economy moving away from our goals. Risks to both of the variables are a little less. I think the upside risk to inflation, again, a little bit less, and the downside risk to employment, a little less. I just would say that I'm not making a judgment about how, one of them is more at risk than the other, just that the risks to both of them have diminished.
Okay, thanks. BIS wrote a paper last summer which concluded that global investors were hedging their dollar exposures in ways that previously they hadn't because of policy uncertainty. Do you agree with BIS?
We really don't see much at all about that whole story. There's just not a lot of data that suggests that there's much to that.
Thanks.
Anna Swanson with the New York Times. Can you talk more about what you would need to see in the labor market to conclude it's time to resume easing? Do you need to see further deterioration in the labor market, or would it be enough for inflation to soften?
So we'll always be looking at both things. And so there could be combinations, infinite numbers of combinations that would cause us to want to move. Certainly, a weakening labor market would be an argument for loosening. But what's happening with inflation? If inflation were at the same time getting worse, you just have a very difficult situation there. So we'll be looking at both. Clearly, a weakening labor market calls for cutting. A stronger labor market says that the rates are in a good place. We'll have to be making similar judgments, too, on inflation, though.
And if inflation does pick back up and the labor market doesn't show further signs of deterioration, is there a chance that you could raise rates rather than simply remaining on hold? What would you need to see to consider hiking?
We don't take things off the table, but it isn't anybody's base case right now, anybody's base case, that the next move will be a rate hike. But, ultimately we'll do what we think is the right thing. But that's not where people's expectations are right now.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, you've talked in the past about concerns about the U.S. fiscal trajectory, and we've seen in the Japanese bond market a lot of turmoil recently, in part due to concerns over their fiscal and long-term economic outlook. So do you worry that the U.S. could at some point find itself in a similar situation to Japan, whether for fiscal or demographic reasons?
Over time, you've seen that U.S. rates have remained they haven't moved a lot really for a while, but they haven't moved a lot because of what's been happening in Japan. So it's more of an over time thing. The U.S. federal budget deficit is, uncontroversially on an unsustainable path. The level of debt is not unsustainable. It's very much sustainable, but the path is unsustainable. And the sooner we work on it, the better. But right now we're running a very large deficit at essentially full employment, and so the fiscal picture needs to be addressed, and it's not really being addressed. So that's important. I'm not in any way connecting it to some sort of near-term market event, but ultimately it's something we'll have to deal with, and that in the end game, that's where you wind up, is in some kind of a difficult thing. But that's not where we are. It's not where Japan is either. But it's certainly not where we are right now.
Does it reduce the effect of your rate cuts that longer-term rates have overall not really budged that much?
I wouldn't say that. The thing is, technically, higher longer-term rates means less accommodative financial conditions. But remember, many things move longer-term rates. It's not mostly what happens on the short end. There can be effects of longer-term rates from our moving our policy around, but it's much more assessments of the fiscal path and fiscal policies and risks and things like that move the 10-year around. You can look back at and find periods where we've been very actively moving the policy rate over the course of a year, and over the course of that year, the 10-year is exactly where it started. So there's not a tight link between 10-year rates and the overnight rate.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Senate Banking Committee, said he will block any Fed nominee, including the chair, until this investigation into you is resolved. Do you support this move by the senator, and what conversations have you had with the senator?
I've got nothing for you on that.
More broadly, what would happen to American households if the Federal Reserve loses its ability to operate independent from politics?
So really, the point of independence is not to protect policymakers or anything like that. It just is that every advanced economy democracy in the world has come around to this common practice. It's just an institutional arrangement that has served the people well, and that is to have a separation between to not have direct elected official control over the setting of monetary policy. And the reason is that monetary policy can be used, through an election cycle to affect the economy in a way that will be politically worthwhile. So this isn't, I'm not talking about the U.S. context, this is every advanced economy democracy of any size. So it's a good practice. It's pretty much everywhere among countries that look at all like the United States. And I think if you lose that, first of all, it would be hard to restore the credibility of the institution if people lose their faith that we're making decisions, only on the basis of our assessment of what's best for everyone, for the wide public, rather than trying to benefit one group or another. If you lose that, it's going to be hard to retain it. And we haven't lost it. I don't believe we will. I certainly hope we won't. But it's very important, and the reason it's important is that it's enabled central banks generally not to be perfect, but to serve the public well.
You're confident it can maintain that independence at this point?
Yes. I'm strongly committed to that, and so are my colleagues.
Archie.
Thanks. Archie Hall from The Economist. On that sort of stabilization of the labor market question, how much do you see the weakening we saw over the past 6 months, year, as a kind of data mirage around immigration and the government shutdown and so on that's now resolved? Or how much have we seen a kind of real underlying firming up in the state of the labor market, do you think?
Well, part of it is, to your point, part of it just is that labor supply, growth in labor supply has come to essentially a halt from a fairly fast clip of growth over the last couple of years, driven by immigration, and then the halt being driven by a very sudden stop in immigration. So many outcomes were possible with that. Supply came way down. It turns out that demand for labor also came down a very similar amount, maybe just a little bit more, which is why the unemployment rate has gone up. So I don't know whether that's a coincidence or not, but that's what's happened with that part. But if you look at other things, like, for example, just to pick a couple, the Conference Board's measure of job availability that came out, I don't know, was it yesterday or today? But, it shows, it's a survey showing that workers feel like job availability it's a very low reading. Just one reading, but it's an indication of softening. People, part-time for economic reasons, which is a category within the broader U6 category measure, has moved up significantly. So there are lots of, and I could go on and on, there are lots of little places that suggest that the labor market has softened. But you're right, part of payroll job softening is that both the supply and demand for labor has come down. Growth in those two have come down. So that makes it a difficult time to read the labor market. So imagine they both came down a lot to the point where there is no job growth. Is that full employment? In a sense, it is. If demand and supply are in balance, that you could say that's full employment. At the same time, do we really feel like that's a maximum employment economy? It's very challenging and quite unusual situation.
Thanks. And one more on growth and the kind of strong growth outlook, or strengthening growth outlook you're now seeing. How much of that is the fiscal stimulus we're seeing from the beautiful bill, the tax cuts, and all of that? So
you're seeing it already. You don't have much of the fiscal. I think the outlook, you're right. It's financial conditions, and it's fiscal policy for 26. But you've got strong consumption that's been happening before financial conditions have been supportive, but before the fiscal effects really are shown. So essentially the economy has once again surprised us with its strength, not for the first time. Consumer spending, although it's uneven across income categories, but consumer spending overall numbers are good, and we're benefiting from the AI build out of data centers. That's another thing we're benefiting from, but the economy overall, the growth is on a solid footing, it looks like, and it's not just those things. It's just the consumer is filling out surveys that sound really negative and then spending. So there's been a disconnect for some time between downbeat surveys and reasonably good spending data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans from NBC News. You talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls inflation defeated and solved. The FOMC says it's a somewhat elevated inflation. But you talked about those customer survey or those consumer sentiment surveys and public opinion polls that show that most families say the cost of living is still issue number one. What is the conversation around the table with your colleagues about how wealthier consumers seem to be driving so much of the economy, and why so many families still feel like they just can't make ends meet after 5 years of rising prices? What is that discussion like?
So a couple things. One, there's something to it in that we know that higher income households that tend to own real estate and tend to own stocks, securities, and those assets have been going up in value, and increases in wealth do support spending over time. So, and that's clearly a part of the story. We also know that for some time now, for a year or more, we've been hearing from retailers, for example, that serve lower income customers, whether it be food or the big box stores or anything. They're saying the same thing, which is our consumers are looking to economize. They're trading down from brands, and they're buying less, and it's changing their buying habits and that kind of thing. So we're seeing that, and that is a reality of what we're seeing. They're still consuming, but they're feeling it in a different way. I would say more broadly on affordability, we have a vast network through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors, where we talk to small and large businesses and households, and so we do hear a lot about affordability, and we take that very seriously, and we take it to heart, because one of our jobs is price stability, and so the best thing we can do for people who are feeling that squeeze is to keep inflation under control and, frankly, to finish the job of getting inflation back down to 2%.
You mentioned the AI build-out as being positive for economic growth this year. I wonder, as you look at the weakest year last year for job creation of a non-recession year since like 2003, are you concerned about AI maybe supplanting more entry-level work and entry-level jobs, and how does that play into what you're watching about the labor market?
So everyone, of course, is watching AI and the deployment and, trying to understand exactly what's happening. And there's a wide range of possibilities. It's hard to say. And of course, anyone who uses it is amazed at what it can accomplish, right? So every technological wave will eliminate some jobs and create other jobs. And it's always been the case. If you look back, wave after wave after wave, there will be some disruption, but ultimately technology increases productivity, which is the basis for rising wages. And it may not all happen immediately, but over time, it's what enables incomes to rise over time, is rising productivity. So and we always ask, well, this is going to be different, is it going to be different? And we don't know. And we may, in any case, see in the short term jobs that are being eliminated by the capabilities of AI. We may see that. We just don't know what the overall effect is going to be. So how to think about it in macroeconomic terms, it's very hard. We can look at the aggregate data. We can analyze, for example, there is some connection, it appears, between the low hiring rate for recent college grads and AI, but it's not the main or only driver. You hear large companies, though, many of them saying that they either won't be hiring for some time, or that they're hiring less, or that they're laying people off, and they tend to refer to AI when they do that. So we're all watching and learning, and it could certainly have pretty significant effects on the economy, the workforce, and our society. We don't really have the tools to address the concerns that may arise, but we have a lot of people who focus on analyzing it and try to understand what the macroeconomic implications are, which is our job.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Bayi from AFP News Agency. You mentioned earlier that on inflation, the broad expectation was for a one-time price increase and then for inflation to come down. And I was wondering, is your expectation still for inflation to start cooling in the second half of 2026? And if you could elaborate how far we are from target currently. Thank you.
So how far we are from target is, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we had 3.0% core PCE inflation over the 12 months ending in December, and that's pretty much what we had the year before. So on net, no progress, but the story behind that is modestly positive in that most of the overshoot was in goods prices, which we think is related to tariffs, and ultimately we think those will not result in inflation as opposed to a one-time price increase. Okay, so that's where it is. In terms of, you asked, no one thinks they will, ex ante understand really clearly, precisely when this will happen. But there's an expectation that sometime in the middle quarters of the year, we'll see tariff inflation topping out. So what we do is when a tariff is put in place, we track the effect of those tariffs over a 6, 7, 8, 9 month period, and you can see for that tariff how long it takes to reach a place where it's affected the price level, and that's it. So we're getting better at that, and our estimate is that it'll be sometime in the middle of the year, but I wouldn't look for great precision in that. But we'll be able to see whether things are moving in that direction. I think we'll be able to see.
Richard Escobedo.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. I want to look outside the U.S. about what's happening outside our shores and how it impacts the U.S. Canada's Prime Minister said last week that there's been a rupture in the global order, and I wonder how you're thinking about geopolitical risk as it relates to the U.S. economy.
So I can't comment on that speech or statement or anything like that. Geopolitical risk for us is, a lot of it is around energy, oil. And so far we haven't, for all the turmoil, oil prices have come down, as you know, and so we don't really see much you know, longer than that, it's trade, and you know, the trade, the economy, our economy has pulled through pretty well, you'd have to say, given the very significant changes in trade policy. The U.S. economy has pushed right through. Partly that is that the way that what was implemented was significantly less than what was announced at the beginning. In addition, other countries didn't retaliate, and in addition, a good part of it hasn't been passed through to consumers yet. It's being taken by companies that stand between the consumer and the exporter. So that's where that is.
Jennifer. Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. With third quarter GDP growing at 4.4% and the fourth quarter expected to have a 5 handle on it as to what the Atlanta Fed is predicting, at a time when you had a government shutdown and we thought that was going to shave off some growth, you've also got the fiscal tailwinds you've talked about, big tax refunds coming, potential tariff dividend. How could you cut rates and not spur inflation in that environment?
Well, we didn't cut rates today, but you know, it depends on how fast potential output is growing, right? I'm just asking in principle. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but you know, there's growth and there's how fast the potential is growing, and at a time of you know, high productivity growth, potential output is rising. So it really matters whether potential output is growing as fast as actual output, and it would matter over time. The numbers you cite were for quarters, and quarterly GDP is, you need to look at 12 months because quarterly GDP can be very lumpy. You know, GDP was negative in the first quarter last year. So the overall, over the year, the numbers were nothing like that. You know, it was more in the mid-2s for the year.
And how do you explain the divide right now between strong economic growth and the job market? Is it productivity that's filling the gap? And is productivity being driven by AI at this point?
So there has been, you're right, there has been a divide of solid growth, but what looked like a weakening labor market. And that can be explained by rising productivity. But I would say we do see signs of certainly of the unemployment rate stabilizing. So it may be we're seeing the beginning of the resolution of those two things. Also, as you probably know, the lore is that when GDP and the labor market get into an argument, in the end, the labor market data is more reliable. GDP data is just very hard to collect and understand, but nonetheless, I think we may be seeing that tension resolving a little bit. Too soon to say with any confidence, though.
Matt Egan.
Matt Egan with CNN. Chair Powell, after today, you have 2 meetings left as Fed chair. You've obviously experienced a lot during your time as Fed chair, served under multiple presidents. I'm wondering what advice you have for whoever your successor might be.
Honestly, I'd say a couple of things. One is you know, stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled into elected politics. Don't do it. And that's another thing. Well, another is that, you know, our window into democratic accountability is Congress. And it's not a passive burden for us to go to Congress and talk to people. It's an affirmative, regular obligation. If you want democratic legitimacy, you earn it by your interactions with our elected overseers. And so it's something you need to work hard at, and I have worked hard at it. So, and the last thing is, you know, it's easy to criticize government institutions so many ways. I will tell whoever it is, you're about to meet the most qualified group of people you not only have ever worked with, you will ever work with. And when you meet Fed staff, and not everybody's perfect, but there isn't a better cadre of professionals more dedicated to the public well-being than work at the Fed.
Thanks for that answer. If I may follow up, as I'm sure you've noticed, gold and silver prices have experienced historic gains of late, and I'm wondering how much attention if any, you pay to those moves, and what message you may take from these significant price increases we've seen for precious metals?
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Nicole, for the last question.
Hi, Nicole Goodkind, Barron's. Some prominent critics have charged that the Fed's economic models are somewhat backward-looking, but should be more forward-looking, incorporating things like productivity increases from AI. How do you incorporate current and future developments into your analysis and decision-making, and do you have an answer to those critics?
Yeah, so by and large, those criticisms, as somebody on the inside, they just don't make sense, and I'll tell you why. Every FOMC participant writes down a forecast every quarter, right? The summary of economic projections, and that's the basis for how we think about the economy. So, and the other thing is, what an economic model can do is it can grind up all the data for the last number of years, 50 years, let's say, and it can identify what are the relationships between variables A, B, C, D, and all that kind of thing. And it can tell you if you change one of those variables, this is what should happen in the macroeconomy. That's just the way it works. However, the structure of the macroeconomy is constantly changing. For example, we hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. It wasn't in the model, and we knew it from the very beginning. It was not in the model. A trade war of this scope, we'd never had that in 100 years. And so there's great uncertainty at different points. Another thing I'll say is, when it comes to, technological developments that raise potential output, some kind of technological revolution, like happened in the 90s here, and like maybe happening now with AI, we're all over that. And everyone studies those periods, and we're very clear-eyed about the possibility that this higher productivity may persist, and also that it may not. We're not. No one's sitting here unaware of the possibility of higher productivity. We've been talking about it for 3 years. It long predates the current situation. It's been going on for 5 or 6 years. We've had productivity higher. We've been talking about it that whole time. So it's very much on our minds, and we are well aware that higher productivity means higher potential output, and it changes the way you think about potentially inflation, growth, labor market, and all those things. That's all in our models. I mean, if it's just a question of using better models, bring them on. Where are they? We'll take them. But I think, we certainly are in contact with anybody who does economic modeling, and we're always looking to do better at that. But that's how I think about that.
And just a quick follow-up. We've been talking a lot about tariffs and passing through, and we've been talking a lot about them for the past few months. The trade landscape is still in a constant state of flux. Announcements, threats, negotiations, they're all frequently changing. So I'm wondering how you actually track these, what data or channels are most critical to follow this in real time.
Trade?
Yeah, the impact of tariffs and how they're changing.
Yeah, I think our staff has done a really nice job on that, and they've kind of put it together in real time. So as I mentioned, a tariff gets put in place, you can pretty much track its effects on pricing and on everything, and so you build a model up from all of the tariffs. At the beginning, it was very much of a forecast. Now it's every cycle that goes by, it becomes more informed by actual data, and our forecasts were not far off. What changed was, as I think I said earlier, what was implemented was smaller than what was announced. In addition, we didn't see retaliation internationally, and I think people did generally expect that because we saw that in the past, and that really mattered too. And then the other thing is that pass-through didn't know how fast that was going to be to consumers, didn't know how much exporters would take, how much companies in the middle would take, and how much the consumer would take. And it turns out it's a lot of companies in the middle who, by the way, are pretty strongly committed to passing the rest of it through, which is one of the reasons why we need to keep our eye on inflation and not declare victory prematurely.
Thank you.
We're done?
We're done.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Let's go matar when you step is crashing. said you was in that play. You said, but did you get in, baby? But did you get in? No. Things about to get crazy. All that missed opportunity, but you bought all the ANC. That stock is about to get hot. Yeah. I know it has been too long. I've been all around too much. How to get back all my money and get all of my gains. Giving me all that more ass, more sale. Thinking about them green markets when I could have gone in on that play. Get right with your mind. Get back everything that you lost. Got some silver, got some Tesla. Boys about to explode. Give me all of the GME, cause I know that they will all work out. We finally see it all fall down. It's us versus the market. Only you can find it in the lion's den. Lion's den, baby. Lion's den, baby. This is my financial lion's den, baby. We're just learning and observing. Lion's den, I'm the family. You mad I can't. As such. But did you get in? Drill, baby, drill, baby, drill. Lion's den, baby. Na na na, na na na. Oh, my spirit is on a level much higher. Body floating, my feels like da-da. I've improved the rhythm, my heart goes beating harder. Fucking mirrors in my bathroom, yeah. Wipe down to see myself deep into another spectrum. Vibrations of a transformation, yeah. My ever-loving intervention. Energy rising in unique progression. You're watching me glow, feeling the flow. Positive energy continues to grow. Y'all already know, others rushing too fast. Better to take it real slow. They call me mellow yellow. I'm done, game over. I'm on my new path. I'm in my solitude now. Staying in my zone now. I left the past behind me. There's no turning back now. It's too late. You wanna play these games with don't be the same. Nothing special to relate. That's why I'm going away. What a damn shame that I could ever feel this man. Effortless escape. Now I'm on my journey. You enjoy your time, Pete. You enjoy your time, please. I'ma find my own peace. Game over. Baby. I can, yes I can. Drowning out the noise, baby, baby. Always staying locked in. No, there's no time in wasting. Well, it comes to dealing with boys. What's the point of all that? Written when all you talk about about is playing, beginning, middle and end. The messages was always unread, but you still sucking on multiplayer when your tip keeps sleeping, you dead. Get right with my mind. There isn't really any time. You ain't deserving any of this. When all those games ain't worth a dime. Hopefully soon you will find out. When all your stuff starts to fall down, you know it, but I ain't done. Game over. Start. I gave you space, gave you grace, gave you all of me. You hit repeat on the same old apologies. I'm too awake for the games you play on me. No more tokens for a love that's on pause, yeah. You know it, but I ain't done. Game over, no redo. Controller, down and through. You know it. I chose me. No more levels, none. This heart's not DLC. There's no restarting. Figure it out. You say you was in that play. You said. But did you get in, baby? But did you get in? No. Things about to get crazy. All that missed opportunity, but you bought all the ANC. That stock is about to get hot. I know it has been too long. I've been all around too much. How to get back all my money and get all of my gains. Giving me all that more ass. More sale. Thinking about them green markets when I could have gone in on that play. Get right with your mind. Get back everything that you lost. Got some silver. Got some Tesla. Oil's about to explode. Give me all of the GME, cause I know that they will all work out. We finally see it all fall down. It's us versus the market. Only you can find it in the lion's den. Lion's den, baby. Lion's den, baby. This is my financial lion's den, baby. We're just learning and observing. Lion's den, I'm forever. You bet I can. That's such. But did you get in? True, baby, true, baby, true, baby, true. Lion's den, baby. Concrete jungle city, baby. Little bit is that really what you say? For real? You say? But did you really do it? Did you really get it? You about to drive me crazy. You really know how to treat a lady. What was the point of all that risk? When buy me that ring, all that ring, he know what I'm perfect lost. I know it's been too long. I've been all around too much. How to get back all my time and get rid of all this pain. Get right with your mind. Get back everything that you lost. You ain't deserving any of this. You ain't getting all the sunshine. All the shit you was talking, all the mess that you was making, all the times that you was flaking. But your face was always breaking. Your character you did was faking. Never believed what you were saying. I'll be on my own now. You can go on now.
Feminines, a variety of basis feeling. Then the diagnosis still signing on away. But you still wait to those designers for vision. It is a completely questioning. Zusätzlich eigentlich heißt Kugai bis Martinland.
Inte den seriösa.
Det var säkert. Ja. Man tycker nog det.
This girl not that when you step is crashing.
Microsoft here. Man, Microsoft is down. Even after our earnings beat, there's still some bearish sentiment going on here. Look at that. Even with earnings beat, there's still some bearish sentiment going on here. Microsoft beating earnings. Wow. Who's that? Hold on. That is Royal Gaming Official. What's up? Gold have selling, anyone can tell. I think maybe, dude, gold is surging. Gold is surging in ways that we've never seen before, ever, in our time. And this is pretty concerning. Like, this is massive proportions. On a massive scale. People are transitioning. And they're moving their assets, moving their money. And FOMO. Gold up. Palladium at 2,709. Silver at 116. At the same time, the SPY is trying to sell off here. I think there's just going to be some FOMO going on here. I don't know if institutions are loading up on gold. I'm trying to figure out if of course gold can go down. As long as the dollar continues to decline, as it did earlier today, even after the Fed meeting, and you saw a little bit of a rise on the dollar, as to the reactions of the markets, then all of a sudden it came back down towards the end of the meeting and towards market close, and now back at 96. And therefore, now it's back to bearish territory and could possibly continue to go down. And if that's the case, then you're going to see gold continue to rise and silver and the rest of the commodities, in my opinion. I feel like that's what we're seeing right now. Even crude oil here on a rise for the past couple of days, since the bottom of 58, I believe, $58 and change. Yeah, I want to say somewhere around 60. Okay, 60. Let me just change the time frame. 59. So it was like somewhere around 58 and change around the 19th of January, and then you see an uptrend here, now higher than 63.50. Are you in gold? Are you doing gold stocks? Are you in gold futures? Like, what are you doing? Because you seem like you're very heavy in gold. How are you having it? Wait. Are you talking about physical? No, I don't do that. I can't give people financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I just spectate, observe, and research charts, patterns, and stuff like that. I don't know if you're being for real about the fact that you're having a loss in gold, because, to be honest, you had last year, when it was before this whole rise, they've been talking about this way before, saying that this was actually going to happen, and now it's at all-time highs. How am I supposed to help you? Young fella, how am I supposed to help you out? Tell me. You have the SPY here dropping in after hours. You have a big 2-minute candle right now dropping from 695.26 to 694.50. What is going on here? Well then. Anyways, as I was saying, this was talked about for ages, and how this was the silver squeeze and all these other commodities just completely going crazy as the dollar index continues to drop in value. And a lot of people were probably in disbelief. They didn't believe what was to come, and therefore it happened. They missed. Of gold, and then afterwards they started selling silver. Why would Costco do that? Oh, I mean, it would have been pretty much clear that something was up and that something was going to happen. That gold bar from Costco, now worth $5,488 an ounce. Why would you be at a loss? Why would you be at a loss in gold? I'm confused. You know? The only way you would be at a loss, the only way you would be at a loss in gold is if you're shorting gold. And that's pretty much obviously the reason. But if you bought in at 5,400, then that's like buying at the top, in my opinion. You might have missed the boat. You're probably going to catch a little bit, but sooner or later, there's going to be a cap. We don't know where that cap is going to be, but this is a serious problem. In the U.S. economy right now, not even Jerome Powell could stop this. Look at all the metals right now. They're going crazy. They're going crazy. Silver at 118, gold at 5,485. Platinum 2,723, palladium 2,072, copper at 6. It could be really volatile to the point where gold can drop like it did earlier today. Did you guys see that drop? Where was the last drop that had occurred? Right here. Right here. This was around Monday, January 26th, all right? Monday, January 26th, at somewhere around the afternoon hours, maybe 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, where gold had dropped from 5,103 to 5,007 or 5,008. So that right there is like almost a good $100 drop. So There's gonna be, I'm telling you, there's gonna be back and forth. There's gonna be a lot of volatility. Gold is still surging, and it's trying to retest all-time highs at 5,496. This is insane right now. What are we looking at? Wow. Silver just popped. Another big candle on the 5-minute chart. Let's switch to the 2-minute chart. Look at that. New all-time high, $118.68 an ounce. Is gold going to break 5,500 right now? This is madness. Right now it's overbought in the RSI. You got silver overbought in the RSI in the 2-minute, on the 5-minute, almost at the 15-minute. Gold, way overbought right now in the 15-minute. 30-minute, 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, 6 hour, 24 hour. Look at that gold on the daily. Freaking overbought right now to the top. Higher than October 15's RSI at 86. Now at 90.24. Might as well call this like a little squeeze in gold. Silver. Let's see, weekly. How's the weekly looking like? Overbought. Monthly overbought. Everything's overbought. 3-minute. 5-minute. Starting to pull back right now. 2-minute. Starting to pull back right now. We have a next level here. Looking at 115, 116 if it pulls back. Gold. Could drop very heavy. Maybe 5,417, maybe 5,383. So you got to look at those zones right there and see what happens. But anyways, I don't know if this is I'm not even gonna assume, but if that was the case, theoretically speaking, you shouldn't be losing any money in gold unless you bought at the top. That's the only way to explain it. If you're literally telling me in chat you're having a big loss in gold, it's either that or it's because you were shorting and you got margin called or whatever, and now you're in trouble. So now you're gonna have to sell all your other positions to recoup those losses and find another way to make money, because it's not for you. Not financial advice. Ridiculous. Unbelievable. Oh, screw you, Fue Coco. Damn. Let's go ahead. Let's go back and check oil. Oil was on the rise. Oil was on the rise, as you can see right there. 63.46. It was at a high of 63.60. All right. This is supported by Iran tensions, because, as you know, there is a possibility that there could be a major conflict in Iran with the United States. There's been a lot of tensions going on. It's not only just Iran. So but yeah, that's just only one example of what could make crude oil rise. We had the tensions in Venezuela. We had the capture of Maduro. I don't know what's going on with him and what's the situation with that. That was pretty much what started it off in general. And you can see here, it bottomed out at around $55 per barrel. And now it's on the rise on the daily chart. So you're going to see a lot of stocks in the oil sector, energy sector going up. For example, we have the small caps. We have AGIG pretty much doing the same exact thing, and with the potential of filling the gap here. We have a gap that has yet to be filled. And as you know, AGIG, Bundia Global Impact Group, Inc., formerly known as Houston American Energy, HUSA, HUSA. This was HUSA. So they did have options, but it looks like it's just shares only. We have here crypto still in a struggle and trading sideways, flat. I wonder what's up with that. Let's see what's going on here. So I'm saying, like, what is this, dude? There you go. Now we're talking. So AGIG did have options. They don't have options anymore. Then we have INDO, which is another one that we've talked about so many times within that sector, and how it had a little bit of a run up here just over a month ago. Matter of fact, since the end of November, but as you can see, INDO starting to see some volume here ever since the end of November, and we have seen throughout all this time frame here. So we're talking about as far as back as July of 2025 last year to the end of November. Oh, actually, no, I want to say the end of November, yeah. Where there could have been a lot of shares accumulated if you've gotten in a position theoretically in INDO, and averaging in every week and building your position to where you would come up and you would be up right now at this point. And we're talking about a good 84% up in 65 days, trading days, that is, maybe. And it could look like that there could be my English, there could be more to come. There's a gap that had just got filled. So if we move this over here, we have that gap right there filled, and even though it did pull back some, now trying to rise back up. Take a look at the 4-hour chart and you can see that there is a little bit of a pullback, but this looks solid so far. It looks pretty solid so far. IMPP is another story too. We've talked about this many times. We're looking at the daily, and it looks like this is trying to come back down to July 2025 lows, and this is somewhere around 3 to 330, around that range, and it could be bottoming out around that area before it starts to come back up. I would say if it does, and if it starts to redistribute and go into an accumulation phase or bottom out and consolidate to solidify the bottom, then there may be a chance of a rebound around that area, around 3 to 330. Maybe wrong. This is just just a hypothetical overview, a technical analysis of what I'm seeing, and yeah, that's where I'm seeing it bottom out right there. If it all follows through, and if oil continues to rise, then you may have that opportunity right there to accumulate on some shares theoretically, and to wait for the bottom and start to climb back up. It seems that earnings is closing in around maybe February 18. And ladies and gentlemen, 5,500 has been hit. Gold just touched $5,501.65. $5,501.65. Gold is just doing its thing. Silver just hit $118.68. This is history in the making right now. As we're looking at this price action, this is I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I really don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow, but there has to be some type of an after effect. What are we doing here? This is what he's spending. This is what he's spending AI on. Like, you're spending all this money on AI, dude, just so you could make things like this. This is great education, right? This is awesome. Can't wait for my kids to learn how to, I don't know. Anywho, tonight's Investorian, you will love this. GV the works. Wow. What's going on here? The Fed has not complied with the grand jury subpoena in the criminal investigation of Powell, per Yahoo Finance. Listen to that. Again, the Fed has not complied with the grand jury subpoena in the criminal investigation of Powell, per Yahoo Finance. Why would the Fed be ignoring a grand jury subpoena? Power, secrecy, and Powell all in one headline. What's really going on behind closed doors? What's going to happen with Powell? Insane. Listen to this. Tesla to terminate Model X and S production in order to open production capacity for Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Huh.
los efectos del gas pimienta que las autoridades tiraron en contra de los manifestantes y algunos de los medios que estábamos presentes. El congresista Joaquín Castro dio más detalles sobre su encuentro con el pequeño de Am. Dijo que la pasa la mayor parte del tiempo dormido, que está sumamente deprimido y que pregunta con mucha frecuencia por sus compañeros de escuela. El congresista dijo que también habló con la madre del pequeño para asegurarle que estará haciendo todo lo posible por poderlo en libertad lo más antes posible. El congresista dijo que también se reunió con más familias dentro de este centro de detención y dijo que hará lo posible por hacer cambios.
Gracias, Francisco Cuevas. Y mientras tanto, el Minneapolis Police, el Departamento de Seguridad, confirmó la suspensión de los agentes implicados en la muerte de Alex Pérez. Pero la ciudad todavía hay miedo entre los civiles, especialmente después de que oficiales federales intentaran entrar a su ecuatoriano.
Yeah. This is what we're looking at. Tesla, dude, what? We're really about to see Tesla humanoid robots everywhere in the next couple of years. Yeah. Oh boy. Check this out.
Don't take much.
Significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message
Look
macroeconomically.
at where gold is at now.
The argument can be made
Gold
that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Silver. The same goes with
Significant
silver
price
right
increases
now,
we've seen
reaching
for
almost
precious
$120 an ounce.
Don't take much message macroeconomically.
Ow.
The argument can be made that we're
Things are
losing
getting really
credibility
volatile.
or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations
where is
are,
the cap?
our
Where is the
credibility
cap?
is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
There's no point in getting
significant price
getting
increases we've seen for
right now.
precious metals.
Exactly.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument
Can't
can be
imagine
made
the websites.
that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations.
Goodness gracious. Wow. Look at the spike. Wow. 5,570. 5,578. This is history, but this is not good. What? Whoa. Whoa. $5,598.75. Was that the last breath before exhaustion? According to the parabolic RSI, that's not the case because there is another uptrend here starting up on the RSI. That RSI is broken. That RSI is broken right now. Goodness. This is crazy. This is insane. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say right now. Vamos. Oh my goodness. And again, shout out to Big JR and happy birthday to him. Lots of health, wealth, happiness. Just like Mark R usually says. Where's the pullback? Is this the pullback? Look at that. We're talking about gold up almost 3%. And I don't know if you want to call that intraday, but pretty much 3%. Unbelievable. We gotta look at the miners right now. The gold and silver miners. Let's see. What is running right now in the after hours? You have the S&P 500 back down from 697 to 695, or just below that. You have PSLV closing up 6.07%. You have, let's see what else. What else is booming? What else is booming right now? Of course, SLV. Jesus Christ. You have RGLD up. FNV. Vizsla, Sizzla. Where is HYMZ right now? Hecla Mining. Pan America Silver going up. AU. Anglo Gold Ashanti up over 8%. Goodness gracious, this is insane. Alright, there seems to be a pullback now. I think now it just exhausted itself from all that running. It's looking to cool down on the RSI. It was just way overbought. Way overbought. Insane. Wow. Alright, let me see if I can find HYMC right now. HYMC up 5.96, so pretty much 6% up in post-market hours. 54.78. Closed down. It was down negative 5.76%. So pretty much that was made back up. It made back all those gains. I mean, all that loss from earlier this morning. It was up at a high of 56.87 and 52-week high for HYMC at 58.73. Alright, so I guess now there's gonna be a big pullback right now. Big pullback. This is insane. Look at this data. Look at this. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy, and don't mind the bird. It's going crazy right now too. But gold just finishing surging, like up 3% in the past few hours. It was just at 5,260 and change. This thing went nuts. And it could be pulling back now. Silver as well, almost hitting 120 an ounce. Thank you for pulling through, Data Zero. Thank you for hitting the like button as well. Let's check out where the dollar index. The dollar index should be dumping, but it's trading sideways at the moment. And again, mind you, the dollar index did go on a little rise before the Fed meeting. Somewhere around, perhaps here, around 95, 56. Maybe it was down just a little bit more. Let me check the 1 hour. Yeah, so it was around 95, 58. And then it picked up a little bit. But then after the Fed meeting, it started climbing back down again. The dollar index has been in the decline for a long time. I'm guessing you would want to say maybe around October 2022. It started climbing down. And then again here, January, the beginning to mid-January of this year, around 110, and just completely got decimated. And now we're back at where we were before, hitting around 95.56 on the low. Insanity. Let's see if Bitcoin has any. Okay, so there is. All right, so even though it did jump off back from 85,932. This was Sunday. Sunday was just under 86,000. Ended up climbing back over 90,400 and change, and then took another dive back down to 89,215 right now. Currently, that's the price. I was just thinking, I'm like, maybe people are FOMOing in on gold and silver, probably getting out of their crypto positions to get some in a rave. But that, again, that's FOMO. Why would you do that? Unless you're trading in futures, that's another story. If you're shorting, then you're kind of up right now because it is pulling back as we speak. Look at this. Look at that. $5,598.75 an ounce. This literally almost touched, just tickled 5,600 before coming back down. Now with the pullback. Platinum doing the same thing. Palladium, nickel, sort of. Oil is also pulling back a little bit right now. It's everything is trying to cool down. Everything is going to cool down. I'm looking at the stocks right now. Again, HYMC, due to this fact, due to this scenario of gold and silver surging, we had HYMC make a comeback from a negative 5.76% drop today in intraday, with a day low of 49.35 and day high of 56.87, before closing again back down to 51.69, and then bouncing back up to almost $54. And then, man, this bird is insane. Who wants to eat my bird? Then let's see which other stocks we got here. Yeah, HYMC, and then we have EXK. EXK is another one that we've covered for quite some time. It feels like it's been 2 years, and we've talked about EXK when this thing was probably back over here around $192, maybe above that. And this has been on a roll. The weekly chart just topping out on the RSI with another possible uptrend here starting. Not too sure about that, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. This is crazy. It has been consolidating for a little bit, and it's staying at $14 a share. Let's see what else is going on X.com. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says the U.S. economy is doing well despite geopolitical tensions and tariffs.
Geopolitical risk for us is a lot of it is around energy, oil, and so far we haven't. For all the turmoil, oil prices have come down, as you know, and so we don't really see
oil
much.
Prices have come down.
Longer than that,
oil prices have come down.
The trade.
What are we talking about here?
Has pulled through pretty well, you'd have to say, given the very significant
it looks like we're pretty
trade
much on the
policy.
rise there, pal.
Geopolitical risk for us is
we're pretty much on the rise there.
Energy, oil.
I don't know where you see
so
this.
For all the turmoil,
this drop
oil prices have come down, as you know, and so we don't really see much.
Even natural gas have been rising, but now that storm has dissipated. It could be cooling down now.
Pretty well,
it could be pulling back.
There are very significant changes in trade policy. Geopolitical risk for us is a lot of it is around.
Let's see if gold
oil.
can.
And so far we haven't.
Let's see if oil can hold around where it's at and hover around 5,500. Maybe it'll make another leg up. That is funny. Look at that. You gotta love AI sometimes. Yeah, that's so funny. Yo. I said, ooh, turn the lights on. Ooh, doo, doo, ooh. I'm pretty sure that's how he's feeling right now. He's like, I don't give up what they say. I'm still the chairman. What you gonna do? Oh, oh. Let's see what this person says. If you have to borrow money at 4% to pay off debt you took at 1% just to buy groceries, that now costs 20% more because of quote unquote geopolitical strategy. You aren't quote unquote doing well. You are liquidating your future to pay for your present. Jerome Powell isn't describing a healthy economy. He's describing a pilot who says the plane is quote unquote flying great while both engines are on fire simply because the cabin pressure hasn't dropped yet. Oh, that's House. Unbelievable. Time to fly. I don't know who that is. Unreal. Crazy. It's crazy right now. Crazy. Let's see. 4 hours ago by Silver DJ, and the U.S. Mint has removed all gold and platinum coins from its website. There's not even a remind me button. The inventory has been completely removed. Is that for real, or is that? I'm not too sure. Maybe they're just updating the website, which seems like that is the case. What is this? United States Mint. Good luck buying one of those. Good luck buying one of those. I need to find out about my Eisenhowers. Whew. Let's see. Also, Palladium is on the remind me function. Look at that. Yeah, Palladium proof coins. American Eagle 2024 1 ounce Palladium proof coins. Palladium. I like the sound of that. Look at that. Look at that. It's jumping back up again. Might be just coming back up again for another leg up. Can it do it? There's a bounce on the RSI, 2-minute time frame. Bounced off the neutral level at 50, now at 58. What are we doing? What are we talking about? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And what are we doing? You can see here the US dollar index slowly but surely wanting to slide down. Slippery slope. Oh, goodness. I will be right back. I have to use the restroom.
왜 저래? 왜 쓰래요? 네 뭐야? 뭐야?
Welcome to the 30s Club. Aye. Welcome to the 30s Club. Oh shit. Happy birthday. Woo! Wishing you all the best. All the success. Health and wealth. Peace and love. And all of the above. And here's to a new age, new opportunities. Happy birthday. Like I say, happy birthday. All the best in this new age, new opportunities, health and wealth, peace and love, all of the above. We already know. Much love to you. And te deseo lo mejor. And you already know. You already know. Happy birthday, dear. You know, it's been long. Sheesh. Known you for so long. I can't believe it's been this long. I can't believe it's been this long. But wow. Made it to the 30s Club. You don't even look 30, like for real. But that just comes with genetics. Happy birthday. All the best to you in the new age. Health, wealth, peace and love. Much love to you.
Pizzas para llevar por $6.99 esta semana. No eres grandes, 2 ingredientes, $6.99. Ah, está bien, con ganas. Puedes tener Prime. So I can clean up photos with Apple Intelligence? Sí, ya sé. I gotta be con la realidad de estas cristianas. De la cosa que ya no sé todo, pero sé que todos tenemos uno. Listo para pasiones de circo increíbles, todos se divertirán en Wrigley. El circo está por llegar. Compra los boletos hoy. Presentamos en la región de New York, New Jersey, del 19 de febrero al 22 de marzo. Los boletos ya están a la venta. Muchos inmigrantes trabajan en condiciones peligrosas. Si te lesionas en el trabajo, podrías merecer una compensación con o sin papeles. No pagas nada si no ganas. Visita abogados.com. Morgan y Morgan, hablamos tu idioma. Esta noche, no baje la guardia porque el frío peligroso va a continuar en nuestra región durante los próximos días. Estamos en alerta y el pronóstico más exacto de la unidad de tiempo. Nueva Jersey bajo la nieve. Varias ciudades están sin estacionamiento. Las autoridades buscan soluciones rápidas para limpiar las calles. Y crisis financiera en Nueva York. El alcalde más grande dice que no puede decir que miles de millones del exalcaldeado. Le contamos a quién podría afectar un posible cambio tributario. Esta noche a las 11. El noticiero 47, perdón.
Llamadas ahí de sitios que nunca han llamado. No lo tires más para allá, estúpido. No lo tires tan para allá. Coño. Come on. Ah, no, de mí. Come on. Uh-oh. Come on, Denise. Pero la mamá que tiene los ojos bonitos de la mamá de la pantera.
Hello. Are y'all still here? Let me know. Let me know, because I was just... We're just seeing what's happening, what's transpiring right now with gold and silver, and they're on a huge rally right now, and it's been surging for the past couple of hours. It's insane, and seeing how gold is just ripping. Shorts' face is off, and I don't know what this could lead to within the next few days or maybe a week. But this is insanity, and shout out to everybody, Johnny and Mark R. Cheers. Yes, happy birthday to Mark. Happy birthday to Big GR. And yeah, it definitely has. There definitely has to be more in the tank for silver, for sure. So please, let's see it happen. Let's see it happen right now. Let's see it happen right now. No? Can y'all hear me? Do you hear me now? Holy moly, I bit into the fork. Oh! Oh, that hurts. Oh! Dude, oh! Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts right now. Oh. Oh. Oh, man. Good evening, good evening. Good evening. Thank you. It's nice and clear. Very nice, yes, yes. Nice and clear, very nice, very good, yes. Just trying to find out here what's going on. What is going on here? Ooh. We have a little bit of a sell-off going on here with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is actually moving down a little bit here. XRP is back at 190 from 191 and change, maybe 192. You got Ethereum just at or hovering around 3 under 89,000 currently. It looks like INDO a while ago made a big jump. Big candle worth 24,813 in buying volume there, bringing it up from 470 to as high as 490. INDO is still the one to look at, and has been rising in volume ever since the end of November. So I wonder if that means anything. Ooh. Good evening. I'm pretty sure it's still daylight in California. We had our sundown at like 5 o'clock. Man, why does it feel cold? Goodness. Oh. Okay, we might see a bit of a pullback here. I think we see a pullback on gold right now as we speak. Then a little bit of a sell-off here. But at the same time, the dollar index, I think it stopped. Oh, I think it stopped trading, man. It stopped trading, so it stopped at 96.33. But man, what a wild ride, man. What a wild ride it has been. Tired, stressed out, too much work. Damn, dude. What did they make you do at work? They got you all stressed out. And that's besides AMC stressing you out too. AMC barely moved today, with a low of 141 and a high of 147. Just pennies, just small pennies. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense. Why do that? Why? Don't make no sense. I don't know. May you get home safe, Johnny. Yeah. Too many repairs everywhere. Crazy has been crazy. Adam Harris is stressing me out. You can see the emotions shift when you go to his Twitter page. When you go to Adam Aarons' Twitter page, man, you can definitely see those emotions shifting. More and more people are getting tired, weary. It's crazy. Crazy. Oh boy, look at that. Look at that, getting exposed. Getting exposed. Uh-oh. But yeah, you could just pretty much see it there, man. It's pretty sad, man. So let's see. He posted anything earlier? No, he didn't. But you can see here. Read the comments and you'll definitely see how much a lot of people have turned on Adam Aarons. And, you know, just literally growing tired and weary and frustrated and depressed and all of the above that you can think of. No one knows what's going on. People are fearing a reverse stock split as the stock prices continue to drop. No. Somebody once told me, once upon a time, not financial advice, but don't put all your eggs into one basket. Spread your eggs in different baskets. And then eventually those baskets will accumulate and grow. You see, there's a lot of people that have just, well, literally put all their eggs in one basket and continue to buy and buy and buy. Without knowing, and this is just in my opinion, without knowing what's happening behind closed doors. What kind of deals are being made? What is the next biggest thing that he's going to do? And just know that if we're to actually let the stock go up, then there probably will be some insiders helping push the stock up like crazy, and then then from there give the old rug pull. I did not see that. Let me see something here. I didn't get to dig much into what's been happening with AMC. But I could probably look it up. Hey, listen, Johnny. Relax. Relax. You have to inspect the basket first. Inspect the basket and make sure that you're safe in that basket. That you're, making sure that the basket has plentiful of opportunities and benefits, and that could make you even more eggs. I don't see myself. So I'm trying to find it right now, but let's see. Some people are literally posting a whole bunch of technical charts showing TA on AMC, how it's bullish to buy. Why would you buy? Let's see. Nobody would really know. But it's funny how after 5 years, and look at what the result is. And you know what's crazy? The only stock that was able to benefit from it all is HYMC. HYMC literally benefited, but Adam Aaron, the CEO, did not take advantage of it, because look at how much HYMC ran throughout the past year and a half. Theoretically speaking, HYMC could have made your money back in AMC. How ironic is that, huh? And that's not an exaggeration either. But eventually HYMC would have to come back down to certain levels. You always say that you're not crying, man. But once that, if what you say is true, and he does go ahead and implement that reverse stock split, then yeah, a lot of people will eventually cry. Big time. And theoretically speaking, a lot of people are not going to be happy. I would think that with the way that things have been going on for 5 years, people's patience going short, or probably they've already been fed up and have grown some type of hatred that somehow he would have a bunch of people. Well, he would probably have his own protesters against him. Just being hypothetical here, just being theoretical. But I am sure that there will come a day. All right. This is all in my opinion and my imagination. All right. So just take it with a grain of salt. But there will probably come a day where there will be a flock of people that will go down to headquarters and protest the living crap out of that building and demand change and demand answers and wanting to overthrow him from his position as CEO and for him to get fired and all that stuff. Probably, suing him and throwing him in court. And, just like what happened to this other stock that people have been fighting a long time in court and wondering when they were going to settle all matters. What do you mean? How is the stock related to AMC? Which one? What? The CEO, once upon a time, had done an investment and bought stake in this mining company, and
always staying locked in. No, there's no time in wasted.
he had gotten stake in
It comes to dealing with boys. What's the point of all that? Written when all you talk about is playing, beginning, middle, and end. Your messages was always unread, but you still sucking on multiplayer when your tip keeps sleeping. You dead. Get right with my mind. There isn't really any time. You ain't deserving any of this. when all those games ain't worth a dime. Hopefully soon you will find out. When all your stats starts to fall down, you know it, but I ain't done. Game over. Star Wars.
You'd have to factor in. Sorry, my mic cut off. You'd have to factor in the 1 for 10. Excuse me, the 1 for 10 reverse split that happened. Okay, and then so. But he was complaining he wasn't really seeing the bigger picture of that investment. Now, even though he had spent millions, right? I mean, look, we can go back in time right now. Let's see. Look, let's read this article here, right? From 247wallstreet.com. This article was back in January 2nd of this year. And so the quick read here was that no, you know what, here. This is pretty much it right here. We'll tell you the overview summarizing how AMC got into H1MC and all that stuff. So in March 2022, in a move that shocked investors, AMC invested nearly $28 million in the essentially defunct gold and silver miner, Hycroft Mining, in exchange for a 22% stake in the company. CEO Adam Aaron positioned it as leveraging AMC's capital-raising skills to aid the idled miner, but it was a head-scratcher because it was so far removed from AMC's core competency. While $28 million wasn't much, it reeked of desperation from a company trying anything to generate returns for investors. Because I'm pretty sure half of the apes were going bananas. And AMC at the time was deep in debt. Now, the investment had lain fairly dormant for 3 years, but early last month, AMC announced that it had sold most of its stake in Hycroft to Eric Sprott for $24 million. As it still retained 64,000 shares and over 1 million warrants, AMC still held an interest in the miner and pocketed a small return on the investment. Unfortunately, AMC ended up losing tens of millions in potential profits because of the Sprott deal, underscoring why companies shouldn't stray far beyond their core competencies. Okay. Now, factor in the fact that Hycroft Mining did go through a reverse stock split all the way back in it was back in November 15, 2023. Again, mind you, they went in on March 2022. So, March 2022. Let's see. Remember, they had, once that was announced, and it was at 37 cents, right? And this thing went up after the stake and going up as high as 28. So from 37 cents all the way to as high as $3.80, let's say, because we're dividing $30.80 from 10 because of the split. So around $3.80, give or take, almost $4 a share from 37 cents. They would have been able to pocket that, knowing that they would have doubled their investment and stake. From there, sold, started selling off from there all the way until it hit a all-time low of where? Let's see where this was. This had hit a low of $1.75. So pretty much it was at 17 cents. It was at 17 cents. And then they had implemented a reverse stock split on November 15, 2023. So over a year and a half later. Then from there, you see what he could have done is he could have flipped right at that point where there was that initial run after the stake in HYMC. He would have doubled his millions. Then he would have, maybe he probably could have theoretically shorted it down to even gain even more millions. And then at some point, knowing that he probably had insider information that there were going to be a split, therefore he'd wait until that opportunity. Then from there, get back in and then run it up. I'm guessing around this time, April 2024, there was another run that went from 183 all the way to $4.60, maybe $4.70. I don't know where that was. And then flipped it again, make even more millions, and then sold off again to fall back down to like $2.09 as the 52-week low. And then after January 2025, knowing the fact that he could have, look at this right here. In a disappointing development for AMC on December 22nd last year, Hycroft announced high-grade silver intercepts at its Nevada mine, including up to 1,545 grams per ton, extending mineralization zones. It was timely news given the massive run-up in silver's price in 2025. Hycroft stock skyrocketed 49% higher, closing the day at $24.52 per share, with volume over 20 million. The stock hit $29.80 the next day before closing out 2025 at $23.77 per share, a 975% gain for the year. And at December 5th, prices, AMC's transferred assets were worth about $27.8 million. On December 22nd, they would have been valued at roughly $75.9 million, meaning AMC missed out on approximately $52 million in potential value, while AMC's retained stake gained. The shares rose by $800,000 and the warrants by $13.8 million intrinsically. The sale gave AMC immediate cash, but it forfeited larger gains from Hycroft's rally. Now, this was by far the worst case, by far the worst decision that he has ever done. This is an incompetent CEO, very incompetent, huge incompetent, no balls. He could have held even longer, knowing the consequences of the falling dollar, the commodities that are rising alongside everything else that's been happening geopolitically. You gotta give the fact that he could have been a billionaire with that stake and sold at the very top at $55 a share. What a loser. This guy is a loser. And he could have probably covered all the debt that AMC had, in my opinion, theoretically speaking. he could have paid it all off, and guess what? He would have done a pretty fine share repurchase program. He would have bought a ton of shares at the price that's at right now. AMC at $1.45. Can you believe that? He would have probably bought the float 20 times. And he probably would have made the stock squeeze himself. But what a fool. What a great fool. What an embarrassment he has done for himself. To make these decisions only to benefit himself and not his shareholders. Quite frankly, he should be ousted. He should be thrown out as CEO, my opinion. And once he's out, he's going to have to run for the hills because there's going to be people chasing after him and wondering, what did you do? You screwed me. I thought you were a silverback with me. Now you're going to find out who the real gorilla is. And it's not going to look good. It's not going to look good. This is just my opinion. I'm just imagining things. I mean, what a loser. I mean, like... Oh, gosh. Sorry, I had to laugh for. I mean, he look, listen, whatever, he did what he did. I'm not gonna insult the guy. Just come on, like if he knew what's been happening with silver, the commodity, just. If he knew what's been happening with precious metals, he would have just held. He would have made so much. Like, it's crazy. And now we're just faced with this. We're faced with this issue now. And now, risking possibly another reverse stock split. I mean, look at this. Look at the chart. Look at the daily chart. How disgusting this looks. Disgusting. What happened here 5 days ago? AMC enters talks with bondholders, sparking slump in debt prices. That's insane. That's insane right there. That is very insane. Can you believe that? What is this? Of course, I can't even look at that. Can't even look at that. Can't even read it. But I mean, the chart speaks for itself. How crazy it is to see I mean, I can't really see. I'm at a loss for words. A loss for words. I mean, how much more can it go? How low can it go, for real? Well, I mean, let's find out, because it's been holding right above 141, which is now officially today the 52-week low. AMC 141. So is this in fact the low? The bottom. I mean, this is a huge bottom. Huge bottom. Unreal. Take a look at the 4-hour chart. The 4-hour chart does look like it wants to try to bounce from here to try to retest 150. That could be the case. We have the parabolic RSI here closing in on that downtrend and try to break over it. If that can be, maybe that's something that could work. I'm not too sure. One thing that I would probably see happen is probably a little bit of a bump up over 150. There's probably going to be a lot of day traders in this too. There's going to probably be a lot of people trying to get into $1.50 calls for, I don't know, maybe let me see something here. If we go to options right now, you know what's funny? Even the volume, there's not a lot of volume for options on AMC. To be surprised, I'm pretty surprised right now. But in my opinion, the only best bet is to probably try to swing $1.50 calls. And it could be obviously not for this Friday's expiration date, because that's suicide there. But you could, pretty much go for a farther expiration dated contracts. I was thinking, looking at this, maybe March 20th, because there is a lot of open interest for March 20th, 2026 contracts from the $1.50 to the $3 strike calls. Not a lot of volume though. I'm seeing that there's not a lot of volume there, which is interesting. Maybe some leaps. Maybe leaps could work. I'm not too sure. June 18, maybe. I'm not too sure. I think either February or March is doable for a $150 call. I mean $150 call. It would have to be very, very quick. This is looking at the hourly chart. We just need to consolidate. We need to consolidate a little bit there. Would I be crazy to go back in calls? I don't know, man. I thought the lowest that it was gonna go was $1.43. You thought the lowest that was gonna go was $1.43? That was the low. That was the closing price for today. It had reached a low of $1.41, which made it the new all-time low for AMC. So $1.41. I'm just thinking about this. I'm like, I'm just thinking because it just even the monthly chart on this, it gives me low confidence. But when I expand the parabolic, the parabolic RSI indicator, it's like 3, 5, 3. There's been a break below this trend, and it's quite oversold. It looked like it had been trading sideways, but there has been a flat, kind of like a potential bounce in some way in this monthly RSI. I want to say that maybe that could be a good thing. I'm not too sure. But wait, Johnny, where did you see this whole thing about a reverse split? I need to see this. I need to see what you're talking about, man. But yeah, can you believe it's been 5 years now? It's 5 years since they removed the buy button away from GME, AMC, BBBY, and other stocks. Five years in the making. Who would have thought? Oh, wow. Huh. Notice anything? GME is tracking FXY, Japanese yen currency shares on daily for the past week or so. FXY went down January 2021, so did AMC and GME. Now FXY is squeezing. AMC and GME, you guessed it. What is this? What? Cue the final countdown? What are we talking about here? FXY. So it is February 2nd? Alright. There is no reverse split. Apparently, there's no reverse split effective February 2nd, 2026. If that was the case, and if that was the case, and that news were to have been officially posted, it would have spreaded like wildfire, and you would have seen, quite frankly, you would have seen AMC tank very hard, way below 143, probably $1 in that case. You would have seen a very negative reaction to that, as you have seen in the past. I'm not too sure when, but I haven't seen anything like that. I don't know where you heard that from. You're speaking on probability, and rumor and speculation. I don't know, because there hasn't been any filing as of, from my understanding, there has been no filing that has been officially written on the filing that there was going to be a reverse split being implemented on February 2nd, 2026. Now, February 2nd falls on a Friday. That falls on a Friday, mind you. So, but that's what it's telling me right here. Now I could dig deep more into that and see what's on Twitter. How else is he going to dilute the stock? Again, that's coming from speculation and something that hasn't even happened yet. Mind you, the market also has something to do with this, because aside from AMC, but SPY, if you take a look at the SPY, what is this? Hold on. Let's see, hold on. What on earth? Oh, that's the, okay, I know what this is. I know what this is. Get that out of there. Boom, there you go. Alright, let me just clear this out the way. Alright. So, wait, why is this not matching up? It's not matching up. What is this? Hold on. Keep drawing magnet. Idle drawings. Hold on. There was a way that. What am I doing? Hold on. No, how did I do this? Hold on. Scale price chart only. Session regulatory hours. Okay, what just happened here? I'm gonna have to do it like this. Hold on. No. Let me go here. 1 hour. 1 hour. 1 hour. Oh, Kenneth, dude, what's been happening, man? How have you been? Let's see. How have you been? December 9th. Let's see what's going on here. I was gonna show something, but I forgot what it was. I was gonna say in some ways you had in some ways you got the SPY also. You got AMC following the SPY and tracking the way that the market is moving. I think we discussed this so many times, and it's quite noticeable. It's quite noticeable when you see similar patterns. Similar patterns happen. Similar algorithms. And just going to other time frames to see how, oh, here you go. There you go. That's what I was trying to look for. And seeing how certain moves correlate to other stocks. So you see here, you can clearly see this was back in last Friday, I believe. No, this was January 9th on a Friday. And you can see there clearly there was it was flat. Then there was a huge spike and the SPY was jumping up in price. AMC popped up just the way it did. Then there was a big gap down. AMC fell down. Then there was a big jump in price again from the SPY. AMC jumps in price. Then there was a moment where it was consolidating. So let me draw this here, here, right? Then spiked up. Spiked up. SPY dropping all the way down. AMC dropping all the way down. SPY bouncing back up. AMC bouncing back up. Another consolidation here. Another consolidation here. All right. Let's see. SPY drops down. AMC not much noticeable, but it did drop a little bit. Right? Then here, consolidation, January 21st. All right, so SPY rallies up. AMC, see you got the pop here. In two occasions. Let me show you. Right here. Right? Right here. Right here. Up. Up. Down. Down. Then there was a moment where here, let me see something here. Climbed up a bit here. Oh, okay. These three candles right here, for example, these three in the SPY, these three candles, January 22nd, and these three candles right here on AMC. See? So there's always, like I said, there's always a correlation with whatever the SPY is doing. AMC tracks, okay? See, the thing is, what I've talked about many times. I know it's probably gone past, and we probably forgot about it. But when people are focused solely on AMC and its moves, people tend to forget that the market has to influence all the other stocks in the way it moves, unless, and this is algorithmically, theoretically speaking, in algorithms, in the way that the market moves and flows, as I just showed you, just doing this and figuring out the patterns and the way that they have been moving. See, like again, like here for example, you had you had AMC consolidating while SPY consolidated, but then there was a huge drop, and this here obviously you can tell because this didn't happen with the SPY. AMC continued to tank because this eventually became a separate incident. This became a separate incident. While SPY pushed up. Right? So you have that situation going. And you know what's funny? This looks like it moved inverse with each other. How about that? So as AMC started to decline in price, SPY, on the other hand, started to rise in price action until here. And then AMC until here. What is going on here? Isn't that interesting? So now that you see, we're pretty much like no, how do you say, not experimenting, but we're like, how do we say, we're what's that word? Now we're pretty much like, Kenneth, help me out here. What is this, the word that I'm looking for? We're like, help me out. Got a brain fart right now. I mean, we're hypothesizing, but at the same time, we're now like digging deep into this and the way that the market SPY has been moving as of recently, and the way that we had just, looked at all the patterns and all of what happened algorithmically within these past couple of weeks, and how it ended up here, where not only did it stop tracking with the SPY, you see that AMC started to drop lower and lower and lower from 170 all the way to 141 as SPY started reaching higher and higher to new all-time highs. And then we see a drop from here. As you see SPY dropping, you see AMC consolidating. So I was wondering, damn, is this like inverse now? Is this what they mean by decoupling? I wouldn't really know so sure, because that, again, I'm just hypothesizing, and anything can happen, and we don't know what's going on behind closed doors, behind the scenes, and what's really happening with the stock. All right. And just know this is for educational, research, and entertainment purposes. So anything that I'm saying here is just strictly my opinion. So yeah, in some way, shape, or form, this is accumulation, because it completely stopped falling down from here. You can tell here as well. There's a zone. I forget what this. I think this is an accumulation zone, or. I could look back into the script for the indicator. But all I know is that eventually green means bullish, red means bearish. I mean, that's the obvious. The obvious. So obviously, AMC would have to continue to accumulate at 145 to hold the bottom, a potential bottom. If it can do that for the next 2 days, Thursday and Friday, then there might be something. If AMC were to start climbing back all of a sudden, but then you see SPY losing strength, and now continuing on a downtrend to fill the gaps down to where it was a week ago, right around 688 or 690 or something like that. Or something happens geopolitically, or some type of news, I don't know, with Trump, or could be anything, could be any type of catalyst that will either drive the markets down to where it was last week, and for some reason then AMC tracks the opposite direction. I mean, tracks and then goes the opposite direction and goes inverse, like sort of like a decoupling thing. I know they've mentioned that so many times during the past, but then we have talks about dilution, and we have talks about whether there's going to be a reverse split or not. But then there's no word of a reverse split. There was no filing that states that there is a reverse split. And as long as that's the case, then there's no, if that was the case, I meant to say, then you would have seen a major reaction. You would have seen a major reaction on AMC. You would have seen this fall down even way lower. And I don't know. You would have seen this, like, I don't know, $1. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but yeah. So he means to say, if that's your average cost on AMC, like you have, let's say for example, so I have 14,000 something shares, and my average is $2.32. So even though, so what is your break even? What is your break even? If your break even is at $2.32, then now you're even. Anything above that now you're in the green. But obviously, as you continue to accumulate shares, as it stays around 145, then your average drops lower. But I forget how that works. I forget how much you'd have to buy in order to drop down to that, to lower the average. You see, right now I'm not holding any, but I do tend to want, in temptation, to probably, hypothetically, not financial advice, maybe get some March 2026 calls. Maybe I don't know, just play at the money, and then once it starts to bounce back above 150, then you see your average cost on contracts climb up in value, and then you scalp, or I don't know, hold. But that's just an idea, you know. But anyways, this is pretty much a good example here. This is a good observation of how certain stocks react to the market, how it moves algorithmically, the flow, how they call it, the ebb and flow, and how, you know. Oh, so my point. So my point is if you just focus, if you're always focusing on what AMC is doing in price action, disregarding of whatever is happening to the overall markets, then you're pretty much missing the bigger picture, because not every little bump in price is a big deal. And I don't want to sound, you know, fuddy or anything like that, because that's not my intention. I'm just pretty much hypothesizing on this and just sharing my thoughts and opinions. But I don't think there's a reason for somebody to just look at a stock, and because it moves a couple of cents, like here, 141 to 145, you're talking about mere pennies. You're talking about pennies. Where's the excitement in that? Now, if you were to have, you know, bought 100,000 shares at 141, and AMC and pushes up to 150, oh my God, you definitely gained a good amount for sure. But, or maybe 1 million shares, I'm not sure. But that shows a lot of difference. The thing is, you won't know if it's going or not if there's no catalyst. If there was a major catalyst, if there was a huge short that was short in something else, and for some reason something goes terribly wrong with that short, and his whole portfolio explodes on him, having to be margin called, he'd have to close other positions, buying back all the shares that he had borrowed to short at whatever cost they are charging him with in borrow fees. That's just my thought on that. Or something happens to the CEO and he goes into, I don't know, into another investment or an acquisition or a merger, and all of a sudden that just makes AMC explode. So what I'm saying is, why look at a stock every day to look at just a small move in pennies when nothing is actually going on? And what I just showed you here is a good example because of how the market has been moving and how it influences certain patterns in trading the stock. But when the time for dilution happens and you see this, I mean, come on, look, here's another example, right? Here's another good example here. This shape that you see here on the SPY from November 12th, 2025, then from the 21st, and then back up here from the 28th. What did I just draw here? I just drew. You see that same V over here. Look at the V right there. Right there. And then somehow you see the drop here in SPY right here from the December 11th all the way to December 17th. So you catch my drift? Now you see that price action on AMC dropped. All this here. But it continued to drop. And then it led to the next algorithm here that you see where we were focused on before, which is to here. So anything here was based, hold on, so anything here was based off of that algorithm or whatever happened around that time with the markets. The rest was separate. This was separate. This continued sell-off on AMC, dilution, whatever you want to call it. Then this here was influenced, and then anything after here could be separate. Oh, well, I guess what I meant to say was theory. I'm here just explaining my theory on certain things. It doesn't always have to be correct. You know, this is just something that I have fun in theorizing and, you know, kind of like asking the what ifs. You know what I'm saying? So this is quite interesting. But regardless of all that. Regardless of all that, let's not, you know, let's not look for too long in one stock. And here talking about putting your eggs all into one basket when it's better to just put your eggs in a variety of baskets, because you never know if one basket is not producing anything for a while another basket is flourishing, and it could be, you know, multiplying your eggs in a huge way, like HYMC, for example, and the fact that silver and gold have been exploding exponentially for the past year or so. I mean, for the past year. Or any other play that we've talked about in the past, in my opinion, and we've talked about it for so long. You know, Johnny, Kenneth knows, everybody knows here. You gotta connect the dots. You gotta look at, you know, other plays. You gotta look at current events. You gotta look at what's going on geopolitically. You gotta look at what's going on with data in the economy. Because right now, the dollar's dropping once again. Precious metals hitting new all-time highs. Oil is rising once again, as you see here. Ever since the whole situation with Venezuela, it was at 58 and change. Now it's at almost $64 a barrel. And who's to say that gas is actually being cheaper right now? But no, it's not. It's rising at the moment. So then you look at your other sectors, and you look at your other stocks. You look at stocks like Indo that we've talked about countless of times. And what happened there? What happened there? We pretty much see INDO climbing ever since, you know, the whole thing with Venezuela. The stock was at 260, around 260, and started climbing up all the way as high as close to $5. That was a good swing. That was definitely a good swing. And you know what? It still looks like there's still more room to go, in my opinion. And if you look at the daily chart, you can see it filled the supposed gap that was here. And the way that it's trending right now, it could just look like to me that, you know, maybe we do see it break $5 before this week is over. If oil continues to rise to the occasion. But anyways, yeah, that's my thought process on that. Johnny, I'm glad you were able to make it home safely. Thank you for jumping in onto the stream as always. Much love to you, man. Hopefully you hold on to those thoughts. Hopefully you hold on to those thoughts, man, because I'm telling you, man, there's so much opportunity in other sectors, in other scenarios, man. Man, you know what it is, man. And mind you, you got a lot of people in the lion's den that was willing to guide you into the right direction. In my opinion, not financial advice. Love you, man. Love you, man. We'll see you tomorrow. Kenneth, what else has been happening? How have you been? You're saying you were playing around with SLV right now. I can see that. And I know for sure that we've talked about SLV in the past too. But yeah, look, check out oil, man. Check out oil. How it looks to me, it looks kind of primed. So if it can actually break through this, I want to say 64 is a definite. 64.50. And if it does push very quickly up to 64.50 to 65, oil sector is going to be booming a little bit there. You will see INDO. You will see INDO pop 5. INPP is also another one that we talked for a long time. A long time. So I can imagine how that's how this whole thing is gonna affect INPP. So I look at that too. I look at how that's moving. You're really busy at work. Oh, okay. Yeah, you and me both, man. I mean, I could try to come on and stream and try to find the time to show the charts live and come on here and talk. But lately I've just been tired and not having good rest and just trying to find my flow. And also, I'm just been trying to save up for a new computer too. And just trying to see what works. But yeah, this is the time of the year where oil goes up, usually until the spring. That too, I can agree with you on that. Knowing the fact that we're having this situation right now in Iran. So if we can read here, the oil rises on U.S. threats to Iran. Crude oil futures rising towards $64 per barrel for Thursday, advancing for a third straight session to levels not seen since late September after U.S. warnings of potential military action if Iran does not reach a nuclear agreement heightened concerns over supply disruptions. President Donald Trump said a large U.S. naval force in the region stands ready to act, quote, with speed and violence if necessary. Look at that. With speed and violence if necessary, adding to worries that conflict could disrupt crude shipments from the Middle East, a region responsible for roughly 1/3 of global supply. Potential Iranian retaliation could also target shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a key choke point for oil and LNG cargoes. Look at that. So you have that going on. Then Iran says it's open to dialogue but warns of an unprecedented response if provoked, while stepping up diplomacy with regional powers to avert further conflict. Elsewhere, the US dollar fell to its lowest in nearly 4 years, making dollar-denominated commodities more attractive to buyers. So you have that going on. I don't know what's going on with Venezuela and that situation with their oil. I haven't heard anything right now. Let's see something here. Let me go ahead and write a new post. Which So here's the thing. So I pretty much took the sentence here of that article that we had just read about potential Iranian retaliation targeting shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a key choke point for oil and LNG cargoes. Which stocks that we have talked about in the past could benefit? And yeah. Let's see. Worth knowing. Well, obviously you'd have ExxonMobil, Chevron, you'd have Oxy, you have Energy Transfer, which doesn't really rely on the Middle East oil directly. U.S. export routes become more valuable if Hormuz tightens. Occidental Petroleum, Oxy, if oil rips, Oxy rips harder. It's one of the highest beta oil names and strong sensitivity to Brent and WTI moves. Also retail plus institutional momentum favorite during oil shocks. Chevron, you have similar Hormuz exposure as ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil has a massive upstream exposure, which leads to oil price leverage, seen as a safe harbor during geopolitical energy shocks. Energy transfer, let me see. You got natural gas and LNG, which is the silent killer trade, where people often miss the move. Cheniere Energy, LNG, largest U.S. LNG exporter. Europe and Asia panic buy LNG if Hormuz is threatened. LNG prices spike faster than oil sometimes. So any LNG choke equals instant demand shock, apparently, according to what ChatGPT is saying here, which is AI and can make mistakes, mind you, for information. So let's look quickly at LNG. Let's see what that's all about. Cheniere, I guess that says Cheniere Energy. It looks like it has been having a volatile time. Chopped. It looks very chopped. A lot of ups and downs, but it's been trading sideways for the past week. For the past week or so, and it has been actually going on, has been climbing since the bottom of around, I guess I want to say $186.15 or 187, and now it's at $208.04 on the close. It also seems that Cheniere Energy declares a quarterly dividend. So on January 27, Cheniere Energy announced a quarterly cash dividend of 55 cents per share. Dividend payable on February 27, 2026. Shareholders must be on record by February 6, 2026. Cheniere is a leading U.S. LNG producer and exporter. Company operates major liquefaction facilities on the Gulf Coast. Expansion projects underway to increase LNG capacity. Interesting. This was on January 21st. Greenland trade fight risks snaring U.S. energy exports. President Donald Trump sees American fossil fuels as a potent weapon in conflicts around the world. The most dramatic example of Trump's mindset is in Venezuela, where he's taking control of the country's oil and is urging U.S. firms to rebuild its energy industry. But energy is also at the center of Trump's spat with Europe, which is resisting to efforts to take control of Greenland. Mineral fuels, which include oil and liquefied natural gas, LNG, that's what it means, liquefied natural gas, are Europe's largest import from the U.S. A trade war with Europe would almost certainly ensnare energy products. Quote, there's obviously a lot of transatlantic tension between the U.S. and Europe. Director for Energy Markets and Policy at the Center of Energy and Environmental Systems Analysis at the University of Texas at Austin quotes, LNG is not the cause of that story. In fact, it's a point of strength, but it's being pulled into this broader economic and trade dilemma they have. The fallout isn't looking good for energy companies. Tension between the U.S. and Europe adds strain to a relationship that's been very profitable for American energy companies. European LNG imports hit a record in 2025, and the U.S. accounted for a record 56% share of them, according to Anne-Sophie Corbu, research scholar at Columbia University Center of Global Energy Policy. The armada of U.S. ships carrying oil and LNG kept the lights on in Europe when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. and enriched U.S. LNG exporters like Cheniere Energy and Venture Global. A trade war threatens that very lucrative relationship. Quote, there is a geopoliticization of LNG, and I'm not sure this is good for the LNG industry. So I'm not going to go further into that, but that's just one of the articles that we've seen, that we see there. So it does mention that, again, largest U.S. LNG exporter. Europe and Asia panic buy LNG if Hormuz is threatened. LNG prices spiking faster than oil sometimes. So that would probably have to be a potential, maybe, kind of, sort of, maybe, I don't, maybe, I don't know. Gonna put it right here, I don't know. Gonna put it right here, hey, and you know what, something? So it has, wow, so it was at a low of $186.20. So that's a big move there from December 15 all the way to today, reaching a high of $210.93. Could there be more? Could there be more to the upside that we see? It does look like there is a trend starting up on the weekly, as shown on the parabolic RSI, since it's broken through that downtrend. So my only guess is that it would continue to move up, but only if that whole tension in the Strait of Hormuz is affected and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the recommendation on CNVA calls for today too. No, I didn't say that. That's poppycock. That's nonsense. When did I ever say that? That is atrocious. When did I ever say that? I never even recommended anything to anybody. As a matter of fact, Carvana took a fat dump. A big dookie. It shat so hard, down almost 15% intraday. It was at a high of $477.59 day high to a low of $374.55. Is this the moment everybody has been looking forward to? They were tasting the puts. They wanted the puts. They got the puts. It took a huge dump. They made a lot of money. It could be that it might be continuing. Who knows? Maybe the calls are coming in right now. Who knows? Maybe you can get in right now. Not financial advice. Let's see what else is going on here. We see DJT continuing to drop a little bit there, with a risk of more downside to $13 a share, which could be the gap that's filled, and from there maybe another bounce. Who knows? We have D-Nut. We talk about donuts, Krispy Kreme donut here, facing a sell-off, surprisingly. Way oversold on the parabolic RSI 4-hour time frame. You go look at the daily, and it looks a little bit worse there, as the RSI does show that there was a failure to bounce through and break through the trend. Instead, it rejected and pulled back some more, taking it even lower to 26 on the RSI. So there definitely might be some more downside on the way for Krispy Kreme. Maybe a lot of people are not feeling the need to eat some donuts and looking for more dieting, as people are still trying for that New Year, New Me motto, and trying to lose some weight and stay away from the sugar, in my opinion. If you're still here, Kenneth, remember EXK? EXK. Whew. You remember EXK, man? We've been on this, even though I didn't really get in. Which I had played calls before a couple of times. But in general, man, what a play this has been for what? Almost a year, almost 2 years? I feel like it's been forever. Wow. Look at that, man. From around $2 to $3 to $14 and change. Like that, this was the play. This was the ultimate silver mining play that we've seen successfully. You know, and what a move, you know, what a move it's made since then. That and I think we talked about another mining company. I forgot which one it was, but I know we've mainly talked more about EXK and H1MC, maybe Vizsla. I'm not too sure. VZLA. And then your SLV. But yeah, I mean, as long as silver continues to surge like it's doing right now, and mind you, it had hit another all-time high, a new all-time high of $119.40, and that happened. Not too long ago, actually. That happened a few hours ago. Yeah, that's insane. Let's see what else is going on. I see that BlackBerry, ever since their earnings release, took a bit of a drop there. It had reached over 450, but then it took a huge drop, just right on 375, and just it's been trading sideways ever since. Just flat for now. BlackBerry probably looking for another bottom here at around 350 to 365, 370, somewhere around there. Gold and silver will lead the way to a new financial system. What we got here, BTBT. BTBT is another one that I've been low-key looking at for a while, and knowing that it's been also accumulating for a while, since the middle of November, hovering around $2 and above, which could be holding a bottom right there. Let's see. 3 hours ago, Bit Digital reaffirms long-term investment in white fiber shares. Is that Wi-Fi? Yes, it is. White fiber shares. Bit Digital reaffirms long-term investment in white fiber shares. Red Chip highlights high growth opportunities in fintech and digital assets treasury strategies at February 4th virtual conference. Presenting companies include Bit Digital, BTCS, Oxbridge, Bragg House, House of Doge, and BNB Plus. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me research. Let me do some research here on BTBT. BTBT. Bit. It wouldn't be a proper BTBT PR release without Samir Tabar making himself the center of attention. The best investment that guy could make would be some professional counseling sessions to address the planet-sized insecurities he is dealing with. Damn. That's wild. Interesting. 4 hours ago, Bit Digital has reaffirmed its long-term investment with White Fiber and confirmed it will not sell any of its White Fiber shares in any second offering or other discretionary disposition during 2026. So Ace says here, translation, BTBT is convinced Wi-Fi shares are better than dollars. Looks like the key highlights here following White Fiber's initial public offering in August 2025. Bit Digital continues to own approximately 27 million shares of White Fiber. On February 2nd, 2026, the IPO lockup period for Bit Digital's White Fiber shares will expire. And as previously stated on the company's November 2025 earnings call, Bit Digital views its investment in White Fiber as a core strategic holding and will not sell any of its Wi-Fi shares during 2026 following the expiration of the IPO lockup. Wow. Somebody said somebody is long. Somebody says stop scamming your stock. Mixed. Apparently, iron is headed to $160 to $272.80 this year, and there's literally nothing they can do to stop it. It's pre-programmed. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at iron. Let's take a look at iron, shall we? How the heck do you call the stock? Look at the way this stock has traded. Since the summer, probably the spring of 2025. It was at $5.60, almost $6. This thing went as high as what, $76? $76.87. Sheesh. Took a big dump afterwards to like 33, then to rise back to 62.94. Why is this the case? Let's see. We have a little resistance at 63 and change, but once we establish a base above that, it's off to $93. Remember, there's a reason I'm Mikhail Fred's favorite chart squiggler. Wow, according to him, he sees iron just running to $93 to $100. All data center plays look so ready for the next leg up. They really do. Huh. $64.99 is the level. Over that is 73, then 76. Okay. Interesting. What else is going on here? Oh, let's look at Fintel. By the way, look, Kenneth, you got Cracker Barrel here. Short interest, 6,693,402 shares. Short interest ratio, 5.38 days to cover. Short interest percentage of the float, 33.54%. That is wild. But it looks like there was a moment where the cost to borrow had spiked. It was at a high of 20.68%, and then it dropped very quickly and very fast to 1.13%. Interesting. Let's look at BT real quick. BT real quick. BT real quick. Oh, interesting. We have Bit Digital with a short interest of 62,945,181 shares, short interest ratio of 2.46 days to cover, and a short interest percentage float of 19.75%, closing in at that 20%. You have a crap ton of short shares available. Here reported an amount of 7,700,000 short shares as of 16 minutes ago. I wonder what that's all about. Let's look at Iron real quick. Iron Limited with the short interest percentage of the flow of 17.22%. Same thing. Huh. But I guess as long as Bitcoin is not climbing, then there's a chance that will probably not be the case. I don't know. Oh? Strive, 2 hours ago, listen to this. Strive buys 334 Bitcoin, shaves most debt from similar scientific deal. So, Ascentides, ASST, well, now called Strive, the Bitcoin treasury company, said it had retired 92% of the debt it inherited after acquiring Semler Scientific earlier this month, and bought another 334 Bitcoin. Why didn't it wait until it dropped lower? Anyways, following the closure of a preferred stock offering, Strive said on Wednesday that it saw $600 million in demand for its variable rate Series A perpetual preferred stock, trading under SATA, and had upsized its target raise from $150 million to $225 million in response. The stock offering is a form of long-duration equity financing designed to fund Bitcoin accumulation without increasing leverage. The Vivek Ramaswamy-backed Strive finalized its acquisition of former Bitcoin treasury company Semler Scientific on January 13 after agreeing to a merger in September. Earlier this month, Strive said it would use the capital raised from the stock offering, along with existing cash and potential proceeds from unwinding hedging transactions, to pay down liabilities, with the remainder of the funds used to acquire Bitcoin and Bitcoin-related products. The company confirmed on Wednesday that it will use the proceeds to retire $110 million, or 92% of the Semler debt it inherited, including $90 million of convertible notes exchanged for SATA stock, and the full repayment of a $20 million Coinbase credit loan. Interesting. Strive added that with the retirement of the Coinbase loan, its Bitcoin holdings are now fully unencumbered, and the company plans to pay off the remaining $10 million debt within the next 4 months. Strive is now a top 10 corporate Bitcoin treasury company after its 333. What a number there. 333.9 Bitcoin purchase at an average price of 89,851. Boosted its total tally to 13,132 Bitcoin, worth $1.17 billion. Strive noted that its Bitcoin yield is 21.2% quarter to date, representing the percentage growth of its Bitcoin exposure per common share over a period of time. Mind you, the balance sheet improvements weren't enough to keep Strive out of the red on Wednesday, with ASST shares falling 2.23% to 80 cents. Google Finance data shows. Now Asset and Cities is now 92.4% of off its $10.46 peak since announcing its Bitcoin strategy, highlighting the volatility and execution risks tied to corporate Bitcoin treasury strategies. Oh, and speaking of Bitcoin, I think we just saw a little bit of a drop there in Bitcoin.